Welcome in and step inside. The facts will hit hard here, yeah, they cannot hide. From courtroom heat to drama spills, Trisha breaks it down to facts with the skills. Crazy stories, even messy tea, yeah, she covers it all. No fear here, step inside to come along for this ride. Grab your saber, take your seat. The journey begins after this beat. Welcome to Trisha Talks, where the facts are on fire. Real talks on panel, we'll take it higher. Pick your lightsaber, any color will do. Let it spark to guide you through. We're diving through the chaos and lighting up the dark. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Buckle up and come aboard. The journey here can be yours. In this galaxy glow, Trisha gives facts to stories untold. Trisha Talks is here to unfold the lies that get told. Are you brave enough to be that bold? It's time to start the show. The journey begins into the unknown. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome to Trisha Talks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning for some people, maybe still. Maybe good evening. Okay. Apologies, I had to slip the time back a little bit. An appointment popped up, but we got done and dusted pretty quick, so that was good. Should be no more interruptions. Cindy, we should have vertical and horizontal. It's up to you which stream you're in. But if you want to be in the horizontal, you're currently in the vertical stream. So just letting you know, there's both playing at the minute. I know, but some people, you know, I don't want to be doing a BJ on you all, you know, and keep putting the time back. But I'm apart from yesterday, I wasn't late because I was in Big Girls Live. But today it was genuine house stuff. So good to see you all. Hey, Laurie Fax. And we've got, who's that? Shauna, Cindy, Twisted Branches. So we're on day 4. Now, they're meant to go to the house today, but I don't think we get to see that, unfortunately. Rightly or wrongly, I don't know. Do we really want to see it? I feel like I live a whole week and it's still in one day. Is that, Laurie? Okay. Last day of July. Can you believe it? It's flying by. I was also, I've just saved Granny's live for later because I want to hear what she said. I think somebody sent me the paperwork though, but I won't read it out because that's Granny. Ooh, I thought I could hear. That's the judge starting. I thought, what's that noise? Let me mute that a second. That's not for me to read out. I'm not going to start reading Granny's paperwork out, but we were getting a heads up of a little bit of it today. I think somebody sent me it, so I'll read it in my own private time. But yeah, I was in there for most of the light, or some of when Clue came up, and then I had to go. Right, let's remember to move myself off. She's coming back to read it, is she? I wonder if we'll have finished by then. Well, if she comes on when this finishes, we can all. I'll go over that. If not, I'll have to catch the replay. I don't think BJ will answer anything. That is my prediction, but then she never does she? Because let's face it, it's going to be a lot. And if her paperwork's not up to date and she's shuffling money around left, right, and centre, it's going to be messy. Okay. I don't know whether they'll have a short day today, but it's Friday, you never know. I thought I shut the stream down then.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of him.
Affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case. All right. Well, next question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case? Anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right. So again, thank you for following those instructions. And so what I want to do is just talk a little bit about the next part of the trial, which is the view. All right, you hear people talk about it. Now, I already kind of blew my cover when I said I couldn't control the weather. I would have taken credit for the fact that it's a beautiful day today, but I already told you I couldn't control that. So, but a view. So let me explain kind of what a view is. Give you this very brief instruction in regards to that. Members, the jury, you're about to visit and go by a number of places that you've heard testimony about during the trial. Right? And the terminology we use for that, as I've said, is a view. Now, the purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence that you've heard and will hear during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location, the surroundings about these different areas. All right, now, the view that you're going to take is part of the case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used by you and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So you can consider what you're about to see during the course of the view. The places that we're going to go to in this case, we're going to drive to the CVS that was described. We're not going to get out, but we're going to see where that is. Then we're going to drive by that restaurant, 3V, I think it's called, in Plymouth. So we're going to drive there. Then we're going to go back to the home, which is at 47 Summer Street, and you'll have an opportunity to go inside the house. You'll go in there with the court officers, the lawyers, myself. And because we've got a large jury here, what we're probably going to do is break it up into maybe 3 groups of 6. All right, so we'll take 6 and we'll all go down, we'll look at different areas. The attorneys will point out certain things they may want you to take note of, but you can look at everything as far as just view it. When you're in there, you're not to do any independent research, you're not to kind of open up drawers or open up doors or anything like that. So the attorneys will give you an opportunity, and we'll give you an opportunity to just kind of look around and view that. And so after that, you're not to return to the scene. In other words, after you do this, you're not to go back if you have these unanswered questions or anything like that. You're not to go back. This is your chance to see these areas in this residence. All right. Like I said, you can consider what you're about to see as part of the evidence in the case. Now, during the trip to and back from these places, you're not to discuss the case or anything about it amongst yourselves or with anyone. When you're coming back, you're not to discuss on the bus, hey, we saw that, or did you see this, things like that. That's, as they say, that's verboten. All right, you can't talk about that on the way to and from. And so, as I indicated, you're going to be under the supervision of the court officers. I'd ask you to follow their instructions carefully. They're very experienced in doing these, and so they'll help you kind of go through this and set up, break up into those groups. And so, just so you know, the one group of 6 will go into the house, the others will stay on the bus. Okay, and when you're on the bus, you're not to discuss the case either. Geez, I can't wait to see this or that. None of that. All right, it's probably pretty obvious, but I just kind of have to kind of go through those instructions with you. And so what we're going to do now, I'm going to excuse you so you can kind of get yourselves together. We'll bring you back down on the bus. Myself, the attorneys will join you there, and then we will, I think we're going to go first to the CVS and that restaurant first, and then second we'll go to that address in Duxbury. All right? Okay, thank you. Oh, geez, I got ahead of myself. I'm told we have to swear in the court officers, so I apologize.
Will the court officers please come forward and raise their right hand? Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take this jury upon the premises in question and then suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in this trial, as they shall think necessary, that you will not permit the parties to enter into debate within the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them, unless it be assistant to the coin and help you God? Thank you.
Forgetting I could skim through that bit. Right, we'll skip a bit.
We'll be in recess at this time to resume. As soon as we come back from the view, we'll resume the trial. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Court's in recess, please exit the courtroom.
See where they come back. Oh, see what the expert's got to say.
Say is what we see. She's paralyzed. What we can say is what we see. She jumped out the window. So I don't really know how much that anything can be changed from that. So I would just say that the suicide issue is something that I
No
would
problem,
say
my dad's fine.
bolsters the defense's side more so than what the prosecution is bringing forth.
Dr. Dobson, was she in the psychotic event when she made the phone call to the CVS, to the Italian restaurant, or did it just begin after Patrick was gone? How does it work?
I want to
It
know.
appears that shortly after she gave birth to the baby, and over the 8-month span, she was in and out of depression, anxiety, and psychosis. And the problem is the medication, of course, because when we bring the medication in, psychosis is all about your neurotransmitters and your hormones. Also, giving birth is messing everything up. Then we have psychosis. We have all of the depression, anxiety, and then the medications where she's already manic. She's not sleeping. She's given uppers. She gets worse, more psychotic. Then she's given horse tranquilizers, basically. And it's just a mess in her brain. And then I would imagine the voices are slowly starting to talk to her. She's not listening to them. They're very subtle, but they're growing and they're growing. And they are often a slow escalation until it becomes a very concrete voice, as she said, a male.
All right, we need a break. We'll continue our discussion. Jury's still on the view. We're back after this.
Welcome to Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Okay.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands. Great to be with you on this Friday. What a week it has been, especially in Plymouth, visiting the home where Lindsay Clancy killed her 3 children, as well as a drive to the CVS where Patrick Clancy picked up some medicine for little 5-year-old Cora, and then off to the 3V restaurant to pick up dinner. They're actually going to start at the CVS, head to the Italian restaurant, and then go back to the house and go into the house. After that, they will be coming back to the courtroom. And we don't know how long the jury review is going to take, of course. Judge Sullivan told the panel that they would hear testimony today. So they're going to come back to the courtroom. They'll be back on the record, and the Commonwealth will continue with their case in chief, bringing up witnesses. So we wait. And while we wait, we're discussing with our guests the case so far. It's been a week, and we're going to take a minute to listen to the testimony of first responders who treated Lindsay and took her to the hospital. Officer Stephen Hall was the first person to arrive at the scene and found Lindsay laying on the ground in the backyard.
Gosh.
When you saw the defendant,
We'll skip past this because we've already watched this, if you're happy with that. Facebook? Mama T, do you mean YouTube? I thought only one time I was supposed to say. I did. I thought it was a man commanded her at that point. She's not part of the case, though, is she? I thought it was a one-off. A man commanded that she take the children's life. I didn't think it was a regular thing. We'll skip past this. We've already seen this.
Dr. Dobson, last hour, it's hard to be a layperson in this arena. It just is, to comprehend something that is so difficult to get your head around. This is not a broken bone. It is not something that is black and white. And the jury is going to be put into a position that they're going to have to really lean into expert testimony. How, in your experience, often does one side of the battle of the experts actually win? Or a lot of times does it turn into a draw?
Well, it always comes to persuasion in anything that happens in the trial, Ted. So it's going to come down to how accurately, how well that the experts can articulate their points. So you might be the smartest expert in the world, but if you can't get your point across to the jury in the way that the other expert does, then more likely than not, your point won't be heard as well as the other point. So here, the prosecution is going to have to make it as seamlessly as possible for a juror to understand why it is that these voices, why it is that this psychotic episode isn't something that actually was the reason why these children were murdered. Whereas the defense is going to have to show in a very simple, straightforward way why it is that the history of the defendant, why it is that the history of the discussions between the defendant and her husband about her issues with mental health are the reasons why the children were murdered or unalive. So it's going to come down to persuasion as always, and based on what I'm seeing, who's going to make the path more straightforward for a juror to come to a decision.
Tommy, your thought on experts?
I think Ken is right. You could have one that is spot on, but if it goes over the jury's head, then it doesn't work. So sometimes, as sad as this sounds, it's even about personalities. If you remember the Murdoch case, and I think it was the pathologist that was from down there, and he was well received because he was knowledgeable, but he was kind of folksy. Obviously, it matters what jury you have in that regard, but I think that's gonna.
That's what I think. I think that they're going to have expert witnesses like they did in the Johnny Depp trial. They had expert witnesses for both sides that sounded completely, depending which way you went, like believable on both sides. But it came down to the jury in the end, didn't it?
Be a key. I remember when we first started having DNA evidence, that's how old I am, and they said the worst thing you do now that you've educated yourself as the prosecutor on DNA is act like you're a DNA expert, because all you're doing is clouding it up. Let the because they've been using DNA for years before we used it in the courtroom. Let the expert just explain it simply and move on. And I think that's the difficulty here. Just thinking about our last segment's conversation, you can get so wrapped around that it can get confusing. I mean, I think the prosecution particularly has to keep it as simple as possible. And it's a tough dance because everybody's got someone in the family that's suffered from mental illness or depression or all these things. And so you have to find a balance of not discounting it. Kind of like when I was speaking last time, I didn't want to be disrespectful of suicide, but try to distinguish it in simpler terms as possible.
Yeah, good point. And the X factor here, Cannon, is not just the depression, the postpartum depression that pushed itself into psychosis, according to the defense, but it's those medications. And that's where jurors also will have a familiarity, whether themselves, family members, some maybe fighting addiction or having friends or family that have, and the effects of medication and how it does change the personality in some cases of people. How does that factor in your estimation, and to what degree is that an advantage, or maybe not, for the defense?
I believe that it is an advantage for the defense because, as you indicated today, we are a lot more educated about these types of issues, whether it's watching the Netflix special, whether it's watching Court TV and other cases that we've covered. It's clear that people have an issue with drugs and prescription drugs at that. It's something that's affecting society. So each person in that jury, more likely than not, has had someone in their family, in their community that has struggled with that. So I do believe that they will have an understanding of what taking the wrong medication would do, of what overdoing medication will do. So I do believe that that will be a heavy factor on them, which is preconceived notions about prescription medication and how it can affect you if it's used improperly.
We were talking about the suicide attempt, whether it was real or not, part of the equation for the Commonwealth to sort of put doubts in the juror's mind that there's a possibility that she kills the kids in the basement, scurries up to the bedroom, tries to fake cut herself, and then fake jumps out the window. Here is the prosecutor talking about jumping out the window.
She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground.
Tommy, that is a, it's quite the allegation, right? And now you're getting into like, wow, Dr. Evilly craziness that she's mean, manipulative, and what we don't have here is why would she want to kill her kids? Why? She's a nurse. She's a mother. There is no like boyfriend. There is no other life on the backside that you can say, maybe she did do all this on purpose. We don't have that here.
Yeah, she doesn't really end up with an end game, whether it adds up or not. Like you said with Susan Smith, the kids have disappeared and the carjacker took them. And so now she's going to get to be with Prince Charming. Yeah, you really don't have the end game here. And so it really doesn't add up. And it probably goes to what the doctor said the last segment. The most of the time that I've seen this in that regard, if it's a true delusion or whatever, the Lord's also telling them that you have to take the children with you. So that's the kind of psychosis thing I've seen. Now the flip side is just selfishness, that no one can mother these children like I can. And I'll point out again too, going back to the suicide issue, she was medically trained. And again, it's tough to say that because I'm not making light of suicide, but she knew if she wanted to, she knew where to cut. And so again, that sounds callous, but I believe that I don't know her end game. But I'll tell you this too, going back to what Cannon was saying about the meds, I think this is a tremendous civil case from the medical community standpoint and the treatment standpoint, but we're in criminal court now and the focus is on, did she knowingly, intentionally take those children's life? And so I think it's kind of a split because, I hate to say it, blame goes all over the place on this one, at least from a systematic failure, I believe.
So does that make her blameless, Tommy? Are you saying that because the system let her down and others let her down, did she let her kids down, though? That's why we're here.
It's like you were saying when you were asking Cannon, does it help the defense? I think certainly any point in the storm, since the prosecution's got to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And, there could be jurors who say the system failed her, so I can't blame her. So what the prosecution's got to do, and it's hard. Think how kind of convoluted and confusing the things we've been talking about are. The prosecution's got to keep the juror's eye on the ball, which is she mechanically chose to take the life, and the husband going to pick up the stuff, him being gone and all those stuff, not hearing the voice or hearing about the voice until after the fact. I think all those play in. And again, I always say anybody that would take a life, period, something's going on with us. It's just out of societal norms. But I think we got to show that she intentionally, for whatever horrible reason, and you may never know, but whatever horrible reason, she did it, and she did it knowingly and intentionally. And I think that's the issue that the prosecution, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. It started with the husband. It's always hard to put up a witness that you need for facts, but is sympathetic to the other side. And so it's a tough battle.
Your thoughts, Cannon, as you nod your head.
I nod my head because I definitely agree with Tommy. This is an uphill battle for the prosecution. Just as he indicated, us three here today have different perspectives about mental health. We have different perspectives about suicide. but we all understand that this is an issue that is affecting our communities, that are affecting individuals with postpartum. So all of these different things are happening. The jury is aware of this. So I believe that the prosecution has an uphill battle. But I do also believe the defense has to show when she came to. So we're saying that she was in psychosis. We're saying that she had no understanding of what she was doing. So when did she? Was it when she's not? Did she not have it when she sent the husband to the CVS to get dinner? Did she not have it when she locked the door? When did she come back? That's something that I believe a juror is going to want to know as well.
Yeah, and it's when you look at it from the aerial view, you have certain feelings, and then you get into the granular and you want answers. What about this? What about that? And the more jurors get into that, probably helps the Commonwealth, because at the end of the day, it's not going to add up. Nothing adds up in a case like this, and that will lead potentially jurors to wonder. Well, they can't figure it out, so they think she must have deceived. We'll see. This is a fascinating case, and it is for all of us. We're going to learn a lot once the experts do take the stand. Let's get a break. The jury is out on the View, heading to the CVS, then the Italian restaurant, and then they'll be coming to the home, the Clancy home. There's a live look inside the courtroom. After the View, they'll be back at it with the Commonwealth calling more witnesses. We'll watch it all right here on Court TV Live. Stay with us.
That's what I want to know. Like, what was them? But then she probably won't take the stand, will she? I want to know, like, what was she thinking, like, leading up to it? And did she hear the voice more than once? Because we were told she only heard it once, I thought. I don't think she'll take the stand, do you?
Jury View right now. Judge William Sullivan told them that they would begin at the
Do you think she'll take the stand?
where Patrick Clancy picked up the medicine for his daughter Cora. Then they would go to 3V,
I see, yeah.
the Italian restaurant, where Lindsay asked him to pick up dinner that she had called in. And then they'll end the jury view at the Clancy home, where they will go
No, I don't
inside,
think she will
see
either.
the basement where the kids were killed, go upstairs to the master bedroom as well, where she jumped out of the window. Jurors heard testimony from 10 first responders who were at the scene. But Lindsay Clancy's attorney only cross-examined the ones that transported her. All the other ones, he said, thank you for your service. No questions. He didn't want to go into their interactions anymore with the children. But the ones that did deal with Lindsay were important to both sides. So let's go back and take a look. And just slit her wrists and her neck. She also had an OD concern out of the gate and did take some of her meds, crushed them up in that lemonade. Your thoughts on the significance of that, going to the overarching question of, was it a real suicide?
That noise is there. And let me hear that again. What did you say about the lemonade?
Lindsay, and specifically the Narcan, getting it across to the jury, and this is why Reddington crossed. He wanted to, make sure the jury was actually listening. He didn't want them to listen to the other ones talking about the kids, but this one, and one other first responder, he wanted them to take note that she didn't just jump, she didn't just slit her wrists and her neck. She also had an OD concern out of the gate and did take some of her meds, crushed them up in that lemonade.
I missed that. How did I miss that? Did you get... This just shows how we miss stuff. Did you know that? I missed that. Wasn't it said she had an assertive man's voice one time? Beautiful disaster, that's what I remember. No, I wouldn't Clara Bell either. I mean, if I was her, I wouldn't take the stand. I missed that. She crushed up the Seroquel and Trazodone.
Your thoughts on the significance of that, going to the overarching question of, was it a real suicide attempt? Cannon.
Well, Ted, Ted, I'll say that essentially anything that's almost contemporaneous with the incident is going to be very much necessary for the jurors to get a head-on understanding of what happened approximately around the time that the incident occurred. So the gentleman indicated it took him about 7 to 8 minutes to get to the home. There were already people there. So a juror in their mind can say he was there pretty much from the time that the authorities were called. So now it goes into his testimony was normally when he provides this drug, people wake up like their eyes become dilated. It seems as if they're like more lively. Well, he also indicated in this specific instance that it didn't work because most likely she had opioids. So this is very much necessary for the defense to get across, which is, as you indicated, why they crossed him specifically, because they need the jury to see that the prescription medications are a big reason why they believe their client did what she did. And that's the theme that they're pushing. And so it makes sense that they would cross-examine these specific witnesses who could testify or have some form of insight into that theme.
The jury view taking place, and actually we have some video from Nate Eaton, who we all know from his true crime coverage over the years. This is of the Clancy house, where you could see a squad car is outside awaiting the bus of the jurors. They started at the CVS, then went to the Italian restaurant, and this is where they will end the jury view at the Clancy home. Tommy, one of the things the jury will undoubtedly do after being haunted in the basement, they will put their intellectual hat on when going to that second floor window and looking out to see what kind of a drop it really is. And that could cut either way, because the state's made it sound like, oh, it was just a second floor window and she didn't really mean to kill herself. She dragged down on the way down onto the wall. But you look out a second floor window and you think about jumping, that your body naturally tells you don't, right? I mean, this could actually help the defense, this portion of the jury view.
I was thinking about, I don't want to say I have a fear of heights, but I don't mind being on the ground either. So I was thinking, that little feeling you have, maybe when you're on a roller coaster, or maybe when you've gone up a tower, you're in, a skyscraper looking out. It's going to be interesting if the jurors have that little feeling, that fear of falling feeling looking out the window. Obviously, it's going to help the defense. If they go, well, if the house was on fire, I could hang down and safely get away from there, then they're going to have a different opinion. So I think that's why, the views are important. It gives them, kind of a dimensional thing that you can never do with a picture. But, as I just said, I think it can cut both ways. And so it's going to be kind of what Callan was talking about earlier, the jurors' background, their experiences, things of that nature, and how they perceive it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good. It could cut both ways. They're there. Defense didn't want to go, but they're there as we speak. So we'll get a break here. When we come back, we'll have the cross of that first responder. What was Kevin Reddington trying to get out on his cross-examination? We'll watch it together after this. The reason is because all of the first responders that took, but not is there making from. Welcome back to Court TV Live. The jury in the case against Lindsay Clancy is on a jury view this morning, a field trip going from Plymouth, Massachusetts to Duxbury, Massachusetts, starting at the CVS and then ending up here at the Clancy home. This is video courtesy of Nate Eaton this morning in Duxbury outside of the Clancy home. You can see that there are officers there, and the police presence is there, making sure that the jurors are not interacting with anybody from the general public. And
good plug for Nate Eaton.
This house, of course, is not owned by the Clancys anymore. It's owned by another couple,
Right, my dad's
by the
fave.
way, did not want
She wasn't meant to die,
have
was
this,
she?
and you can
Whatever reason.
imagine why. But it is happening. So the jurors will complete that jury view, and then they'll head back to the courtroom for more testimony as the Commonwealth continues their case in chief. This week, the Commonwealth, and specifically yesterday, they brought up several first responders, and we're going back and we're just looking again at a couple of them. The reason is because all of the first responders that took the stand weren't cross-examined. The defense didn't want to ask them any questions except the two that dealt with Lindsay Clancy. We just saw the direct of one of those first responders. Now, let's go back and listen to see what Kevin Reddington really wanted out of this responder who dealt with his client.
So you're not trained in Narcan on benzodiazepines, is that correct?
Yeah, we don't give it for benzodiazepines.
And in any event, when you gave Narcan to the body that was laying on the ground, and she had already been wrapped up on her wrist, right?
That's correct.
Already been wrapped up, had the thing on the neck to prevent the head from moving, right?
That's correct.
And also had bandages perhaps on her neck area, I'm not sure.
There were no bandages that I could see because the collar blocks, most of it I could see. There are some holes in the collar that we could see some superficial lacerations through, but there was no active bleeding. Her wrists were already bandaged, so we don't take the bandages off after they're on.
Okay.
There was no blood
Good.
spurts.
I asked the questions, you can answer them, okay? Narcan administered to Lindsay Clancy on the ground, yes?
In the ambulance, but yes.
And there was no reaction. It didn't have any effect on her, right?
She appeared to become a little bit more, she started like reaching and grabbing a little bit more than she was before.
That's consistent as well with a person who's had a head injury, right?
Could be.
Yeah. So in any event, the Narcan that you're trained would be dealing with opioids, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you know, sir, at all that she suffered a burst fracture? Handle, if you will, her while she was laying there?
On scene, we were only on scene for, I think it was 7 minutes, I think, total on scene from the time that we.
Chaotic?
Yes.
And it was dark in the backyard, right?
Yes.
There was no exterior lighting, nothing on the house that was lit up like spotlights or anything, right?
That's correct.
No flashlights, right?
No.
And you scrutinized a hole in the thing that goes around the neck when someone has a head injury, especially a cervical injury, thoracic injuries. You scrutinized a hole that noted that there was a superficial wound to her neck.
That's all we could see through the side of the collar.
Who's we?
Me and my partner.
Was your partner scrutinizing the hole as well?
The hole, I don't know.
You said there's a hole in that, and the thing that goes around the neck.
Yeah, there's holes in the collar that you can see through.
Right, and you were scrutinizing. You were looking through it, right?
Yeah.
You told the jury you saw
Yes.
superficial kind of the neck, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did your partner look through the hole as well? And you've talked about your testimony with the district attorneys in the past, haven't you?
Yes.
One of the things that they asked you is whether or not it appeared as though the injuries to her neck or wrist were superficial. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And other than looking through the little hole in the thing around her neck in the dark, you didn't see her neck after that was removed, did you?
No.
That's all I have.
Como, redirect.
Sir, after the 7 minutes that you were in the dark backyard, you were then in an ambulance for 18 minutes with the patient, correct?
That's correct.
And there's lighting in the ambulance, correct?
There is.
And during those 18 minutes in the well-lit ambulance, did you ever see blood seeping through the bandages on her wrists?
No.
During those 18 minutes in the well-lit ambulance, did you ever see blood pooling around her neck or flowing from the neck?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Please sit down.
All right. Cannon, Tommy, obviously Reddington is trying to say that the prosecutor put words in his mouth. Overall thoughts on that cross? Cannon.
I love it. I am a feisty attorney, so I'm not there to be friends with opposing counsel in the courtroom. So it's clear that he was trying to go at credibility and reliability of this witness. He discussed specifically that he wanted the jury to know that this witness had discussed this before with the prosecution, the side that he's going against. He wanted the jury to know about the darkness in the background. So he was going at the reliability of the physician's ability to check and administer meds or assistance to the defendant in the backyard. All of these different things are done for one reason: to persuade the jury to not believe or have agreeability with this witness. And I think he did a good job, although I do believe the redirect by the prosecutor was spot on as well.
Yeah, the lights in the ambulance. Oh, yeah, you would be able to monitor. And you'd hope they'd monitor the neck injury in case it did start bleeding. Your thoughts, Tommy?
Well, one, I'll say Cannon will be mean in the court, but he'll still go get a drink with me after work, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
But, you know, they always say cross-examination. A good cross is when you're paying attention to the attorney and not the witness. So the witness, if you look, the attorney was really the one testifying. The witness was just a vehicle to let him bring it out. Because, you know, the biggest plus for the defense, I thought, was how he talked about the vertebra bursting and the ribs being broken and all that. So, you know, he gained on that. And again, I agree with Cannon that, you know, the redirect kind of shorted up. But, you know, to me on these injuries, I keep thinking it's going to be interesting to know if in the treatment when they got to the hospital, did anything need a suture? Did anything need a stitch? I mean, that would kind of split the difference for whether maybe they had stopped the bleeding or there wasn't that much. Because the one picture you showed earlier with the knife, quite candidly, was more blood than I expected based on what we had heard verbally about the injuries. So, you know, it's tedious, but, you know, the prosecution's got to keep it focused, you know, where they need to. Back to the eye on the ball part, that this was a gesture, you know, it's like the magician trick. Don't look at this hand, or don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. I think they're having to keep pushing it forward. And obviously her sitting in a wheelchair in the courtroom makes it that much more difficult, I believe, for the prosecution, because, I mean, clearly she's dealing with a lifelong injury, and some jurors may say, you know, she got punishment enough, which, you know, obviously I would disagree, but I think there's that possibility.
And that's a good point. The fact that she is in a wheelchair and will be for life, according to even both sides, acknowledge that at this point. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll update you on the jury view taking place as we speak in Massachusetts. After it's over, they'll be back into this room, the courtroom, for more testimony as the Commonwealth continues its case against Lindsay Clancy.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark.
It'd be a tough one for the jury, this.
Using the Commonwealth and the defense's discovery in this case at 4 and seeing the steps.
It's going to give us the
that
timeline.
Day with the trip to CVS, the Italian restaurant, and back to the house. So this is how it all, using the Commonwealth and the defense's discovery in this case. At 4:02, Lindsay Clancy on her phone searches kids Miralax. At 4:13, she searches takeout 3V. At 4:47, she calls CVS and spoke with somebody about that children's Miralax. So the Commonwealth would think that this is the time where she's plotting the murders of her children. 4:53, she texts Patrick, asks him if he wants takeout from 3V. He says, sure. At 5:10, she calls 3V, spoke to the hostess, and placed the order. 5 minutes later, Patrick leaves the house at 5:15. By 5:32, Patrick is now seen on surveillance video at the CVS. This is where the jury is starting their
I mean, how long does it? Well, we don't know. How long does it last if they have
jury
these
view today.
urges, these psychosis?
5:33, a minute later, he calls Lindsay because he wants clarification on what he's supposed to get little Cora. She doesn't answer, but calls back 1 minute later. And the Commonwealth believes that she is now in the process of killing the kids. Patrick testified that nothing seemed out of the ordinary during the call, but she did seem like she might have been preoccupied doing something. At 5:37, Patrick makes his purchases at CVS. 5:54, he picks up the takeout from 3V and then arrives home at 6:09, and we know what happens after that. Cannon Kearney and
That's
Tommy
just
Pope
under
with
2
us.
hours then.
This timeline. Tommy, when did she, according to the Commonwealth, do you believe, start plotting the death of her kids? Was it days before, minutes before? And do they need to come up with a theory that specific for this jury?
That makes it a little tight, because it plays also into the hands of the mental health issues. She had, it seems to be in evidence that she had said that she had thoughts of taking the kids' lives previously, whether it was with medical providers or so. So that was already out there. I don't know, what changed this day, and that's the break point for me. You have a psychosis, and what we always used in South Carolina, the McNaughton standard, knowing legal and moral right from legal and moral wrong, and knowing, kind of being aware of what's going on. As a prosecutor, I always used all the standard things. Like she could answer the phone, she could carry on a conversation, she could order dinner, she could do all these, and then suddenly she snaps. It's just, that's the question you lay to the jury in hopes they say that just doesn't add up. So I think, that day, however long it had been in her mind, I think obviously having the husband out of the house was critical, but it kind of gives you two different parts. One, it's just diabolical planning, or at a minimum, she's lucid in her decision making as she moves forward.
Cannon, your thoughts?
To be truthful, I believe that the prosecution is going to have to clearly show a time frame in which she was able to get this done. And so I know it's hard to say. At 5:34, I believe it showed that she missed the phone call, then she called right back. And I believe the husband testified that she seemed as everything was okay, but she may have been busy. Is that the time when it happened? If that's the time when it happened, then what were the steps for her to get there? And I don't know that we have that so far. So they're going to have to show that.
All right, Cannon, thank you. Let's get a break. We'll come back. They're on the jury view. Then they'll be back in the courtroom. Stay with us. Coming soon to Court TV.
OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny stabbed to death her boyfriend.
United Healthcare CEO gunned down.
The suspect, Luigi Mangione. The high-stakes
I'm muted. See how glitchy Google Chrome is? Exit page. Where are we up to? Right, we've gone past this. Where is it? Hold on. Sorry.
3V restaurant. They have completed both of those and now are at the house. And they're going in 6 at a time. We don't know how long it's going to
There we
take.
go.
The judge told
It's
the
better.
panel that they would hear testimony later. So as soon as they finish with this view, which will take the better part of the morning,
That's
one
correct,
would
Jen, yeah.
assume, but it's not going to take all day. So they'll be back in the courtroom hearing testimony as the Commonwealth continues its case in chief, and we'll take you back to the courtroom as soon as they return. This is what Judge William Sullivan told the jurors this morning about the trip.
All right. So again, thank you for following those instructions. And so what I want to do is just talk a little bit about the next part of the trial, which is the view. You hear people talk about it. Now, I already kind of blew my cover when I said I couldn't control the weather. I would have taken credit for the fact that it's a beautiful day today, but I already told you I couldn't control that. So, but a view. So let me explain kind of what the view is, give you this very brief instruction in regards to that. Members, the jury, you're about to visit and go by a number of places that you've heard testimony about during the trial. Right? And the terminology we use for that, as I've said, is a view. Now, the purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence that you've heard and will hear during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location, the surroundings about these different areas. All right, now, the view that you're going to take is part of the case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used by you and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So you can consider what you're about to see during the course of the view. The places that we're going to go to in this case, we're going to drive to the CVS that was described. We're not going to get out, but we're going to see where that is. Then we're going to drive by that restaurant, 3V, I think it's called, in Plymouth. So we're going to drive there. Then we're going to go back to the home, which is at 47 Summer Street. And you'll have an opportunity to go inside the house. You'll go in there with the court officers, the lawyers, myself. And because we've got a large jury here, what we're probably going to do is break it up into maybe 3 groups of 6. All right, so we'll take 6 and we'll all go down, we'll look at different areas. The attorneys will point out certain things they may want you to take note of, but you can look at everything as far as just view it. When you're in there, you're not to do any independent research, you're not to kind of open up drawers or open up doors or anything like that. So the attorneys will give you an opportunity, we'll give you an opportunity to just kind of look around and view that. And so after that, you're not to return to the scene. In other words, after you do this, you're not to go back if you have these unanswered questions or anything like that. You're not to go back. This is your chance to see these areas in this residence. All right. Like I said, you can consider what you're about to see as part of the evidence in the case. Now, during the trip to and back from these places, you're not to discuss the case or anything about it amongst yourselves or with anyone. When you're coming back, you're not to discuss on the bus, hey, we saw that, or did you see this, things like that. That's, as they say, that's verboten. All right, you can't talk about that on the way to and from. And so, as I indicated, you're going to be under the supervision of the court officers. I'd ask you to follow their instructions carefully. They're very experienced in doing these, and so they'll help you kind of go through this and set up, break up into those groups. And so, just so you know, the one group of 6 will go into the house, the others will stay on the bus. Okay, and when you're on the bus, you're not to discuss the case either. Geez, I can't wait to see this or that. None of that. All right, it's probably pretty obvious, but I just kind of have to kind of go through those instructions with you. And so what we're going to do now, I'm going to excuse you so you can kind of get yourselves together. We'll bring you back down on the bus. Myself, the attorneys will join you there, and then we will I think we're going to go first to the CVS in that restaurant first, and then second we'll go to that address in Duxbury. All right. Okay. Thank you.
That was earlier this morning, the judge addressing the jury before they boarded the bus. In real time, they have been to the CVS, the Italian restaurant, and are now still at the home in Duxbury, going in 6 at a time and viewing the basement where the children were killed, the upstairs master bedroom where the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, jumped out after killing the children, after her attempted suicide, which the Commonwealth has put into question. Was it really an attempted suicide, or was it a fake attempted suicide or fake suicide? Let's bring in Randolph Rice. He's a trial attorney, is watching along with us and has been this week for a lot of the highlights of this case. Jury views in general help the state because jurors are now in an area where something horrible has happened and you can presumably just feel it. And when we're talking about 3 kids in a couple rooms in a basement, I'm sure that's a pretty solemn trip down those stairs. Your thoughts?
Oh, it's got to be horrible. And good morning, Ted. Going down into that basement, seeing the location, thinking about it, because you know that they're going to take the information they're hearing in court as to what happened or what the state believes happened. And then they're in that space. We've seen during the trial these 3D dimensions, and they really are good, but they're no way comparable to what it is when you get to the scene and actually get to see it. And it can be helpful to the prosecution. It could also be helpful to the defense if they spin it correctly in closing or with one of their witnesses.
In how so? How could they potentially spin this? And there's a couple things. Maybe it's the reality of her jumping out of a window. And if you're going to question the suicide, well, I didn't see any of you people jump out. I mean, that because seeing it's two stories, not that high, but it's still, the human body doesn't urge you to jump. It urges you to stand back. So if they're sticking their heads out that window, that could help, right?
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I also think it's sort of being able to see the space. It doesn't seem like a very big house. So maybe the defense could point to the fact that she's in this confined space. It's not like she was separating herself from different things. And then also, like you said, getting up to that second floor, looking out the window and visualizing, okay, if I'm sitting here, my brain in a common sense way, if I'm thinking clearly, would not want to jump out this window. You clearly have to have something going on with you mentally that would tell you to physically throw yourself out that window. So that can be helpful if the defense spins it that way.
The window is a point of contention. The Commonwealth brought up a witness, Stephen Hall, who was one of the first responders, who they used to talk about what he saw and did while responding, but also his observation of that window. We'll play that, and then we'll get your reaction on the other side.
What did you see when you looked up?
There was an open window with blood marks around the window.
And did you also see blood marks on the shingles below that window?
I did.
Showing you a photograph here. So up at the top, is this the open window you're referring to?
Yes.
Zooming in on the shingles here to the left and right, just below that window, are those the blood marks you're referring to?
Yes.
And here in this photograph, you had mentioned blood marks on the upper window. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And then here at the top of the lower window, these marks here, are those the other blood marks that you saw?
Yes.
The inference, Randolph, is that she didn't just leap out the window, that she hung to make the fall less intense. You buy that? And that'll be part of the view. I'm sure if I'm a juror, I'm going to check that out and think about that.
Yeah, I think that would be very difficult to come to any conclusion about how she, the state's obviously going to say, yes, she hung and then let go. And then as she's going down the side of the house, she's leaving these marks of blood along the shingles. But, there could be an argument that when she just sort of threw herself or tumbled out the window as she was going down, she hit the shingles herself and made those contacts and those blood imprints. I don't think there's an expert in the world that could probably tell us that. The only person obviously could tell us that would be Lindsay Clancy, and that's going to be something that the defense puts her on there. She's probably going to have to explain.
But let's talk about it. Do you think there's a chance she takes the stand?
This week, it depends on the direction of the wind. I usually am one way or the other. Some days I think to myself, gosh, I think she needs to get on the stand and testify. Other days I think, you know what, there's a chance that if she gets on there, the state's going to make her look sane. And remember, the defense wants to make her look like she was having this psychosis. So it could be dangerous to put her on the stand, but there may be some explanations she needs to provide as to what happened.
Yeah, my gut would say don't put her on because she's sitting there in a wheelchair looking straight ahead, reacting sometimes, weeping sometimes, but mainly catatonic. And, you can look over at her and say, wow, that lady, I wonder what's going on. If she's up on the stand answering questions, which presumably she can do in a lucid manner, I'm a little less resident to let her go. I mean, her kids are dead and she seems fine to me. That's a huge concern, wouldn't it be?
And I agree with that. And that would be the thought in the defense attorney's mind is what's going to come out here that's going to really hurt us. And at the end of the day, this comes down to they've obviously already admitted that she did it, and they're not denying that. It's the battle of the experts, and the experts provide enough information as to that timeline leading up to her killing her kids. Was she in that psychosis, that state of psychosis that caused her to not understand the wrongfulness of her actions?
Yeah. But then again, if she could take us into her world at that time in a way that is believable,
right.
yeah, then it's.
But I don't know that she could. I don't know that she could take us into that world. That's the other problem. Because if she was in this state of psychosis, I'm sure a doctor's going to say you don't remember what you were talking about or thinking about, rather. So it's like, somebody who's near death and then they wake up and they don't remember what happened because she can't articulate what she was going through at that time today on a stand if she took it.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you wonder to what degree the experts will be able to take us into the mind of someone suffering from a postpartum psychosis episode, which the defense says she was. Update, we do have, they are on their way back to the courthouse. They have loaded up the bus. We have some video coming in of the jury view bus. That is the CVS restaurant. But we also have some video of the actual jury view bus that we're getting in, and we will share that with you at some point. This is video taken earlier today from Nate Eaton, our friend in the true crime world, before the bus showed up at the house in Duxbury. But again, the update is that the jury view is over and they are loaded on the bus and headed back to the courtroom where the Commonwealth will continue its case in chief. We'll get a break. Oh, here's the video of the actual jury view from this morning, courtesy of WBZ, who they were the pool for this. So on the bus was the 18 jurors, the attorneys, the judge, and security. They went first to the CVS, then here is video of them at the 3V Italian restaurant. They then headed to the house in Duxbury, where they went in 6 at a time. They've completed that leg of the journey, and they're on their way back to the courthouse in Plymouth. We'll get a break. When we come back, we're expecting the Commonwealth to go back on the record and continue its case in chief against Lindsay Clancy. Stay with us.
Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
Thank you for that. Ready for the jury? Como?
Yes, Your Honor.
Aye. Defendant? Aye. Let me bring the jury in.
There we go. Back on. They're back now, yeah. They're back. We're back on track.
Court, all right. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including all 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're now going to return, as I told you before, to the Commonwealth's case. And I'll ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Mark Anthony Mafia to the stand.
While we're waiting, you want to just, for the record, same objection and standing objection, so
All right.
that keeps.
Come on. Come on. You come right here, raise your right hand for the question.
Good morning. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give before the jury will not only between the Commonwealth and the Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Your Honor.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name, please?
Yes, Mark Anthony Mafio.
And how about spelling your last name for the purpose of the record?
Maffeo.
And where are you employed, sir?
Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
12 years.
And has your career been with the Duxbury Department, or did you work anywhere else?
I worked in Rockland and Cohasset prior to Duxbury.
So how long have you been at Duxbury Police?
9 years.
9?
Yes.
What's your current rank or assignment at the Duxbury Police Department?
Patrol sergeant.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
A detective.
Were you working on January 24th of 2023?
I was not. I was called in to work.
Okay, so who contacted you?
At the time, it was Detective Sergeant Jamali.
And is that the normal course in Duxbury when a larger incident or investigation occurs, that sometimes you'd be called in to work a scene if you're not on shift?
Yes.
And Detective Jamali, where did he tell you to go?
Initially was reported, I believe it was 42 South Summer Street in Duxbury.
Okay. And so do you recall if you went to that location?
I did.
When you arrived there, was the scene still active, meaning there were still kind of ambulances and everything on scene?
Yes.
Did you go into the house?
Not at that time, no.
Were you advised when you arrived on scene that one of the parties was being sent to the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And so as a result of that information, what did you do?
I was then tasked with going down to South Shore Hospital.
Now, when you went to South Shore Hospital, did you know the party that was going to be transported there?
Yes.
Who was the party that you were going to meet?
I was advised it was one of the homeowners, Lindsay Clancy.
And you later became aware that the home at 47 Summer Street was the home of Patrick and Lindsay Clancy, correct?
That's correct.
And again, you were also later made aware that they had the 3 children.
Correct.
Were you advised of where the 3 children were?
Yes.
And how about the husband? Were you advised of where Patrick Clancy was?
I was.
As far as the people transported to South Shore Hospital, you came to learn that only Lindsay Clancy was sent to that location, correct?
That's correct.
Did you expect somebody else to be arriving there?
Initially, before I had left the residence, it was a little bit of confusion. They thought that the husband was also being transported to South Shore.
And at some point, were you later advised that that ambulance was turned around and sent to Beth Israel in Plymouth?
Correct.
So when you were at the South Shore Hospital, did you have an opportunity to observe Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
In what condition was she when you observed her at South Shore Hospital?
She appeared sedated and unconscious with several lacerations to her arms and neck.
Okay.
I have no objection to the photographs.
Thank you.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you 4 photographs real quick. If you could take a look at those.
Yep.
Do you recognize the individual in these photographs?
I do.
And were you present when these photographs were taken?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as the condition that the person in these photographs was in, do you recall this to be a fair and accurate representation of what she looked like?
Yes.
I would ask to note these as the next 4
All right,
exhibits.
those may be admitted.
It's 110 through 113.
Sir, if I could just draw your attention to the screen beside you. I'm showing you now what's been marked as Exhibit 110. And who is the individual depicted in this photograph?
Lindsay Clancy.
And those are the injuries that you observed that day of her on her neck?
Correct.
And showing you on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit number 111. Again, is that Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And the injuries that you observed on January 24th on her neck?
Correct.
And 112, Exhibit 112, in the middle of this photograph with an arm extended, there are some cuts and a cut in the middle. Did you observe those on January 24th as well?
I did.
And finally, Exhibit 113, that would be the other arm. Did you observe those cuts to that arm?
Yes.
Now, in addition to observing her at South Shore Hospital, did you do anything to collect potential evidence that day?
I did.
And what did you do?
I gathered, I believe they had been removed from the hospital staff, clothing, pants, shirt, I believe it was a scarf, and wedding bands.
Okay. May I approach again?
You may.
I'm just going to show you 7 photographs. If you could take a look at those. These 7 photographs familiar to you? Are the items depicted in these photographs familiar?
Yes.
I'd move to admit these as the next exhibits, please.
Any objection?
I have no objection to any of the photographs.
They may be admitted.
It's 117 through 120.
It should be 114.7. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Reporter.
Now, sir, the items that you then collected, you said that they were provided to you. Who gave them to you?
It was one of the hospital staff.
Okay, and so in examining those, you would agree that those items have been cut off of the individual.
Correct.
And so after taking custody of those particular items, did other law enforcement arrive at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And who arrived?
Trooper Lawler from the Mass State Police and Officer Lepard from the Duxbury Police.
And again, you had been at the scene at 47 Summer Street, correct?
Correct.
And then you went to South Shore Hospital. Were other members of the Duxbury Department at the Summer Street address and at other locations during the time you were at the hospital?
Would believe so, but I'm not positive.
And were you aware that the state police had become involved in this case?
Yes.
And based on your experience as a Duxbury officer, do you sometimes work in tandem with the state police on certain types of investigations?
We do.
And so when Trooper Lawler arrived at the hospital, did you turn over these items to him?
I did.
Now, in the time that you were at the South Shore Hospital, did you have the opportunity to speak at all with Lindsay Clancy?
No.
In the time that you observed her, was she responsive at all?
No.
Was she in custody at that point?
I would say yes.
Well, let me ask you this. As far as when a person is placed in custody, you usually advise them that they are, correct?
I don't hear him saying that he's not sure. His answer was yes.
All right.
So I understand what the government.
Sustained.
When your department has somebody in custody, is it protocol to have an officer stay with that individual?
Yes.
And in this case, was somebody assigned to stay with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
At the time you were at the hospital, was that your role?
Yes.
At some point, did someone else from your department come to keep watch?
Yes.
Who was that person?
I believe it was Officer Lepard. I know Officer Broderick was also assisting. I can't recall if he arrived at the hospital as well.
Okay, but you recall Officer Lepard?
Yes.
And once the scene was secured at South Shore Hospital, did you leave?
I did.
And where did you go?
Back to the address in Duxbury.
And that would be 47 Summer Street, correct? I think you might have said 42 at one point.
You're right. Yep. 47 Summer.
And at the residence at 47 Summer Street, did you assist other Duxbury officers in securing the scene upon the arrival of the crime scene services?
Yes.
Were you present when the Massachusetts State Police Detectives Unit executed a search warrant at 47 Summer Street?
I was.
And was that kind of later that night into the early morning hours of the 25th?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Counsel?
That was quick.
Could I see the exhibits that were just introduced? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning.
I've got a couple of other photographs that I'd like to, just since you were at the hospital at South Shore, if I could.
Sure.
Is that what Lindsay's condition was when you went in the hospital and saw her laying in the bed?
I don't recall those being on her leg, but I'm not 100% sure. But other than that, yes.
Other than that, yes?
Correct.
So I would offer that, Your Honor, if I could.
Any objections?
May we approach?
Sure, yeah.
You were at some point had a chance to take a look at her face, I imagine, sir?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Oh, boy.
Yes,
And she was unconscious at that point, was she not?
that's correct.
About for this, Jim.
All right, that may be admitted.
And this, you said that there was some cuts on her wrist.
Yes.
That's a fair and accurate depiction.
Correct.
And cuts on the neck as well.
Correct.
And the other side, right from the front.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Hey, Beaton. Good to see
Those
you.
photos may be admitted.
How you doing? I shouldn't need to give you a trigger warning, but I will. Have we got trigger warning? Yeah. They've just viewed the house.
Thank you. And I'm just showing you.
They've been on the house tour, CBS tour. We didn't see any of that though. So we've been just, we also watched a proper psychiatrist last night that was an expert, Dr. Joseph, an expert in the medication, and he helps people wean off these medications. And he was talking about the toxicity and the effects it can have
Another
on
exhibit. This would have already
people.
been introduced into evidence, and this would be Exhibit 112. And this would also depict the area
You had the prosecution
Of the,
getting knocked back last night.
of the wrist. Is that correct?
Correct.
The cut was.
Oof. I don't know about backlash.
Exhibit 111 also shows the cuts on the neck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Chat, would you? Oh God, this is a bit graphic, isn't it? If you're a bit squeamish like me, I don't know. But are the prosecution getting backlash, or am I missing it? This guy's like good old. He's like a real old school attorney, though. Like he's there on his own doing it.
Now, when you went to the house,
don't like
were a
her.
detective at this point, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, you're working in tandem at this time with the state police. They were also investigating, right?
Correct.
But you were the detective for the town of Duxbury.
One of them, yes.
One of them, okay. And one of the things.
I think this old guy's quite good. I mean, obviously he's there for the defense, but I think he's quite good at his job so far.
Counsel had asked you about was the
He doesn't back down, does he?
clothing that Lindsay was wearing, and it was cut off, right?
Correct.
So I'm just going to show you and ask if this appears to be a fair and accurate depiction, rendition of, for example, one of her items of clothing.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know that, so I'm just going to make sure it's in, that's all. Does that show that there's blood on that item of clothing?
Not that I see.
Okay. Was there some type of residue of paint or something on the clothing, if you recall?
I don't recall, no.
No. Did you notice on the pants any blood on the jeans? Well, if you recall.
I don't recall, no.
How about the, I guess it would be the top that was worn? You notice any blood on that?
No.
Was there a bra that was cut off, if you recall? Sir?
Yes, there was.
And the blood seeped through the clothing into the bra itself? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be obviously from outside the clothing and then into the bra that was being worn, right?
Correct.
That was off of these, Judge?
Any objection?
They're already in evidence. They've been marked, so I don't see that it's necessary to mark them again. They're the same photographs.
Well, I'll trust the representation there in evidence. I don't want to quote the court. So if they're already in evidence, then that's good
I
enough.
just submitted them through Sergeant Markey.
But the bottom line is that you do agree that there was certainly blood on the interior and exterior clothing that she was wearing, right?
That's correct.
You'd also agree, sir, that there was blood in the area from the outside of the backyard directly underneath the window. Is Is that correct? Do you agree with that if you remember looking at it?
That is correct.
This way. The ground, the snow, and the leaves that were underneath, of course, there are a lot of people walking around, but you could see the blood
Correct.
directly underneath the window, right?
The back window.
You notice blood that was on the window sill itself on the second floor, one mark on that window ledge.
Yes.
You also noted blood that at some point had gone onto the two shingles that were in the area underneath that ledge, underneath that window, right?
Correct.
Cut off of the blood on the floor, on the ground with the EMT documents.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 126.
Thank you. Now, the state police went and got a search warrant, right?
Correct.
And you were there when they were searching.
Correct.
You guys were helping out. Obviously, it was a group effort to search the house for relevant or material evidence, right?
Correct.
Now, one of the things that was seized were pill bottles. Is that right?
Correct.
You know why they were seized?
I do not.
Did you seize any pill bottles?
I did not.
Were you there when the state police seized the pill bottles?
I was.
Do you recall that the pill bottles were seized from, for example, in the kitchen? You opened up a cabinet and they were right on, a bunch of them lined up on a shelf.
I can't attest to that. I wasn't present for that.
Why don't I ask you this? Where did they get the pill bottles from?
You'd have to ask them. I wasn't there when they seized the bottles.
You weren't there when
I wasn't in that room. We were in multiple rooms at a time.
So I may stand corrected. I'm sorry. If I thought I asked you if you were there when the state police was seizing the bottles, and I thought you said you were.
I was in the house, correct.
In the house, but
Yes.
you weren't there when they were seizing anything.
Correct.
How about up in the bedroom? Did you go up in the bedroom?
I did.
Did you observe the blood on the floor?
I did.
You observed when you went in the bedroom, it was very cold, right?
Yes.
Obviously, because the window was open, right?
Correct.
And when you went into the bedroom, you made observations as a detective of certain items, such as, does this appear to be a fair, accurate rendition of the floor, blood drops on the floor?
It does.
In the bedroom?
Yes.
Is this a indication of the bed itself, the right side of the bed, additional blood that was located on the floor next to the boots?
Yes.
Does this appear to be the nightstand that was next to the bed?
It does.
And do you see what's on top of the nightstand?
Yes.
What's on top of the nightstand?
There's 2 cups, a knife, it looks like a jar or something, and maybe a clock.
Okay, also blood drops?
Correct.
This is a additional photograph moving farther down towards the right side of the bed.
Correct.
This is a close-up of the knife that was on the nightstand, as well as the little cup that was there, and something that says deep sleep pillow spray. You see that?
Yep.
And that was on that top of the furniture, correct?
Correct.
I'll be right back.
And this again is an area depicting various items of clothing. It looks like a little headband, a wire, perhaps to charge a phone, and blood on the floor.
Correct.
And this shows the location of the bed. Additional photograph of the blood towards the end of the bed, and also the area of the window, right?
Correct.
Okay. What off of these, Judge?
No, no, object to that photograph.
Can I see counsel in regards?
Just about to put the headphones on and step away, but it's a good job I didn't.
The blood showing that the blood
Oh,
kind of follows
all that
through
blood.
along the edge of the bed, the furniture, and then up to the wall.
Correct.
Was there also, like, if you recall, one of those full-length mirrors?
I don't recall.
No. I don't.
Any objection on that? All right, those pictures may be admitted.
So you had nothing to do?
Hold on a second, counsel. Just gonna mark these.
Okay. 127 through 135. So Mark.
So you had nothing to do with the seizure of any of the pill bottles, sir?
Correct.
And you don't have a memory of looking in the cabinet in the kitchen and seeing a number of journals or spiral-bound notebooks and books?
Correct.
Was that pretty much the extent of your involvement with this case that night?
That night, yes.
And you really didn't get involved with any further investigation on this matter as far as seizing evidence, except for what you testified to, right?
We did seize, I located a laptop in the hallway closet.
Okay.
And that was, I believe, seized by the state police as well.
Okay. Anything else you recall? How about, do you remember when you guys were searching or you watched the state police searching, that they opened up? Did they open up bra to the nightstand that was next to the bed with a number of pill bottles in it?
Again, I wasn't present when that was taken, so I can't attest to that.
How about Apple Watch? No.
I don't recall.
Thank
Okay. Attorney Buckingham, can you redirect?
Just briefly.
Sure.
Sir, when you were at the hospital with Lindsay Clancy, with the defendant, were the medical staff in the emergency department actively treating the wounds to her neck and her wrists?
No, they were not.
And when you came back to the home at 47 Summer Street to secure the scene and wait for crime scene services, nobody went into the house that didn't need to be there before crime scene services, correct?
Correct.
In your experience, is that normal?
Yes.
And so were you present when any of the photographs that were shown to you by defense counsel were taken?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So your testimony today about those photos is your best memory of what the scene looked like at that time?
Yes.
And as far as your role in the search warrant execution, fair to say there were quite a number of state police, Duxbury officers, as well as crime scene troopers on scene in the house during that. And each person, did they have their own kind of role in what they were doing?
Correct.
And did you kind of stay to your area?
Yes.
And you indicated that you only found a laptop in the first floor closet, correct?
Correct.
And so any of the other manners in which the rooms were searched, you were not a part of?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
You didn't have to stay to your area as a detective in the Duxbury Police Department, did you?
Correct.
So you were able to go and assist with the search and go into the different rooms and look for potential evidence, right?
That's correct.
And do you remember approximately how many Duxbury police officers were in or about the house, either outside, on the porch, on the deck, in the house, downstairs, upstairs?
I don't.
Would it be more than 10?
No, I wouldn't say more than 10.
How about state police? You remember how many there were of them?
No.
So all told, when you consider that, the sheriff's department wasn't there too, were they, if you recall?
No,
Okay.
they were
Sometimes
not.
they send them to take pictures.
Yeah.
I don't know if they, okay. Would you agree that there were probably more than 10 officers from state police and Duxbury police that would be doing this investigation?
Correct.
All right. A number of police cruisers, and then you have perhaps, just asking, the yellow tape,
Yes.
crime scene, don't pass it and all that.
Correct.
Now, if I was, for example, to show up and pull up in my car and get out, and they're not going to let me wander in the house and look around, are they?
Correct.
I mean, that's just for law enforcement officers only until they clear the scene.
Correct.
That's after they execute their search warrants and find whatever evidence is relevant, in their opinion,
Correct.
that they seize, right?
Yes.
Once the scene is clear, then people are able to go back into the home, right?
Right.
And you don't know, I would imagine, when they cleared the scene.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all we have.
Anything on that?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Buckingham.
Richard Lepard.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. Can you stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk?
Good afternoon. I solemnly swear that the testimony I give that you should Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Step, please. All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
All right. Tree Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Richard Lippard,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Lippard.
And how are you employed?
I work for the Duxbury Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer?
6.5 years.
Have you worked for Duxbury the entire time, or did you work someplace else?
The entire time.
What's your current assignment at the Duxbury Police?
Patrolman.
Back in January of 2023, were you also on patrol then?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working the day of January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
At some point while you were on shift that day, were you asked to assist in an ongoing investigation for an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes. I was called back in.
You were called back in?
Yep.
Had you finished your shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And so where were you asked to go?
To the police department.
When you came to the police department, where did they direct you to go as far as the investigation went?
South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And so when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was there already another Duxbury officer there?
Detective Mafia was there.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you going to South Shore Hospital?
To overwatch the person in custody.
Okay. And did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
And fair to say that individual was a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
What were your observations of her when you were at South Shore Hospital?
She seemed to be sedated, not speaking or anything on the hospital bed, just laying there.
And excuse me, when you were there or during the time that you were there, did you ever have any conversation with her?
No.
Did she remain unresponsive during the time that you were there?
Yes.
And were you also there when somebody came in and took some photographs of her?
I do not recall.
Were medical staff tending to her during the time that you were with her?
Yes.
Where in the South Shore Hospital was this? The emergency department or someplace else?
Emergency department.
And shortly after you were there observing her, did she or did the doctors indicate she was going to be transported someplace else?
Yes.
Where was she going to go?
That she was going to be med-flighted to the Brigham in Boston.
And other than yourself or other law enforcement and medical staff, did anyone speak with her at the South Shore Hospital?
No.
And when you, when she was transported to the hospital in Boston, did you go along with the transport?
Yes.
Do you remember how she was transported?
It was a med-flight helicopter.
So you rode in the helicopter with her?
Yes.
And when you arrived at the Brigham in Boston, where did she go there?
She went to the emergency room.
Did you remain with her during that time period?
Correct.
And was there anyone else with you at the Brigham with her?
Officer Broderick.
And so the two of you were, what was your role?
Just to overwatch and stay with her.
At any point when you were with her at the Brigham, did she ever, was she ever awake or responsive?
No, not to my knowledge.
And how long were you at the Brigham with her?
About 15 to 16 hours.
Okay, so fair to say it was over the course of that night into the next morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the course of the night into the next morning, do you observe her medical status change?
There was some type of medical code during the nighttime. I'm not sure what it was.
Okay, but you were present in the room when that happened?
Yes, we were outside the room.
Outside?
Yeah.
And the next morning, when your shift concluded, did somebody else from the Duxbury Police Department come and relieve you?
Yes.
During the time that you were there, did anyone besides medical staff or the law enforcement officers that you were with interact with the defendant?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Reddington.
Morning.
Morning.
Afternoon. So, a young man working for the town of Duxbury, and you were detailed to the home initially, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't go to the house at all?
No, sir.
Okay, you went directly to South Shore.
Correct.
And when you were at South Shore, your purpose was to, as you say, overwatch. Well, that basically is she was in custody at that point, right?
Correct.
So one of your obligations is to, I guess, guard the unconscious person and make sure to do what? Just to stand there?
Correct.
Okay. And you did in the South Shore Hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And you made your observations of her, bandaged or whatever, laying in the bed, and she was not conscious, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, the decision was made medically that they were going to have her med flighted to the Boston Hospital, Brigham and Women's, right?
Correct.
And that was by way of the helicopter.
Yes, sir.
You had a helicopter ride into Boston with her, right?
Yes, sir.
You were overwatching her in the helicopter again, right?
Yes, sir.
She still had not gained consciousness at all.
Correct.
She wasn't talking to you or medical staff or anybody, right?
Correct.
She was already had the tubes and stuff in her mouth coming out, and she was bandaged up and wrapped up and basically laying down in the gurney in the helicopter, right?
Yes, sir.
So when she gets to Brigham and Women's Hospital, they bring her into the emergency room, right?
Yes.
And that room was loaded with equipment, boxes, wires, tubes, buzzing beeps, lights, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Life-saving equipment that was in there, right?
Yes.
Very small room, wasn't it?
Yes.
Kind of hard to maneuver.
There was enough space for the medical staff to maneuver.
All right. And how many police officers were overwatching the unconscious person while she was in the emergency room at Brigham and Women?
2.
That would be you and the other officer from Duxbury.
Yes, sir.
At what point did the state police officers arrive in the hospital?
I don't recall them coming to the hospital.
Did you ever see state police in the hospital?
Possibly at South Shore Hospital, but not in Boston.
So you're in Brigham and Women's, off of the helicopter into the emergency room for a day, is that correct?
Correct, 16 hours.
Did you go back there again after that day?
To South Shore Hospital?
No, Brigham and Women's Hospital.
No.
So you're limited to the time that you were there as to you and your brother officer were there in the room with her, correct?
Yes.
And a number of nurses and doctors, right?
Yes.
Fair to say it was chaos. It was like bedlam in that room, wasn't it?
Yes, very busy.
And you don't remember any other police officers? How about internal police officers from Brigham and Women's Hospital? Do you recall them being there?
There may have been security, but I do not recall.
So is it your testimony that you do not recall any other police being in that room or outside the room when you were there?
Correct.
Now, at some point, police were detailed, if you know, to sit outside the room to guard the door. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hey,
And what
Roro.
were you
Good
guarding
to see you, love.
against?
Objection.
No, overall.
Anybody coming to visit?
Right, because nobody was allowed to visit, right?
Correct.
And then while you were there in the early morning hours, about 2:24 or something like that, there was, as you said to the jury, a code, right?
Yes.
And again, that kind of amped up the bedlam at that point, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
There were people running from all over, and you could hear on the microphone, code blue, with the room being identified, right?
Yes.
And that meant that she was dead or dying, right?
Yes.
She was chained to the hospital bed too, wasn't she?
I do not recall her being handcuffed.
You don't?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you recall when you left?
The Brigham, sir?
Yes.
The next morning around 10, from what I remember.
Okay. And you were relieved by who?
Officer Daly from the Duxbury Police Department and Officer Johnson from the Duxbury Police Department.
All right. So you've got 2 Duxbury police officers. And there, to your memory, were there any other law enforcement officers?
Not with them, no.
How about on their own? Did you observe other law enforcement officers come in that room or outside the room?
No, sir.
And then that was the end of your shift and you left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Counsel, anything further?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Mark Henowitz.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I'm just voting to object to this, agree the circumstances and.
Do you want to go to sidebar?
Yeah, please. Would you?
Did they cuff her? Because he was saying he couldn't remember. Because blimmin' hell, where the hell was she going to go? Good to see you, Roro.
KJOSEPHTENEROWICZ.
And what is your date of birth, sir?
22869.
What do you do for a living?
I was an emergency physician. I'm currently not acting as an emergency physician.
Okay. What do you currently do?
I do disability review for the state of Rhode Island.
And so directing your attention back to January of 2023, were you an emergency room physician at that time?
Yes, I was.
And where did you work?
Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth.
And could you briefly describe for the jurors your educational background and the training that you underwent to qualify to be an emergency room physician?
I did my undergraduate education at Trinity College. I did a one-year post-baccalaureate pre-medical program at Bryn Mawr College. I then got my medical degree from Brown University, and I did my residency in emergency medicine at UMass Memorial in Worcester.
And when you finished your education and training, did you work in emergency care after that point up until you changed positions?
I worked in emergency medicine from 1997 until May of 2025.
And directing your attention to January 24th, 2023, were you working in the evening hours that day?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you treat a child named Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
How did he arrive at the hospital?
He arrived by fire department ambulance.
And when he arrived, were you given a summary of his injuries by emergency personnel?
Yes.
What did you learn at that time?
I was told that he reportedly had been strangled and he was found without a pulse and not breathing.
And what observations did you make of Dawson yourself?
When he arrived, he had a breathing tube in. They had placed a device into the bone of his leg to give him intravenous fluids and medicines. CPR was in progress. He was not breathing on his own and he had no pulse and was not responding.
And did you observe any trauma to his body?
I believe there were some old appearing bruises on his legs and there was some ruptured blood vessels on his face.
And did you observe anything in the area of his neck?
Not that I can recall.
And what did you do to treat Dawson?
We continued CPR. We continued to give him IV fluids. We gave him doses of adrenaline to try and restart his heart. We confirmed that the breathing tube was in the right position. We eventually gave medicines to treat the presumed acid buildup in his blood. We gave him calcium to make sure that his heart would, if it started again, would beat effectively. And that's what we did.
And how did you go about making sure that the breathing apparatus was in place properly?
Basically 4 ways. We detected carbon dioxide in the air coming out of his lungs, which usually just comes from the lungs. I listened and could hear breath sounds. I looked with a video laryngoscope to confirm that the tube was between the vocal cords going into the lungs, and we did an x-ray.
And when you say you were hearing breath sounds, was that him breathing on his own or something else breathing for him?
That it was someone breathing for him, squeezing the bag attached to the breathing tube.
Okay. And so that the breath sounds you heard just confirmed that whoever was squeezing the bag valve mask, the air from that was going into the lungs and then carbon dioxide was coming out?
He was not breathing spontaneously.
Okay. And are you, while all of this is happening, are you continuing to assess him and his condition?
Yes.
And what were your assessments?
So we would stop periodically every several minutes to very briefly check to see if he was breathing on his own or if he had a pulse. And he was not at any point. At one point, towards the end of the resuscitation, I used an ultrasound to determine if his heart was beating effectively, and there was no evidence of that.
Okay. And based on your training and experience, at some point in time, did you make a determination that your efforts weren't going to be successful?
I did, based on the time from when resuscitative efforts started in the field by the paramedics and the time that we put in, and the fact that despite the best resuscitative efforts we could, the fluids, the medicines, the CPR, breathing for him, it did not look like his heart would ever start again.
Approximately how long did you and your team work on Dawson?
I believe we worked on Dawson about 40 minutes in addition to what the paramedics had done previously.
At any point in time, did you try to use a defibrillator?
I did not.
And why is that?
He was unfortunately never in a heart rhythm that would have made defibrillation an effective treatment.
So your heart has to be in a certain condition for a defibrillator to even work?
Yes, there are 2 heart rhythms, basically equivalent of the heart, that if you use a defibrillator, you can restore a rhythm that makes the heart beat effectively. He was never in one of those rhythms.
And at some point in time, did you declare Dawson deceased?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
I believe from my review of the records recently, it was at 1928.
And 1928, would that be 7:28 p.m.?
That's correct.
Thank you, doctor.
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon. You indicated that you observed what appeared to be older bruises to his legs, his lower
Yes.
legs, that like shin area? That
Yes.
And you also had an interosseous device, I think, is that what you said?
Yes, he did.
And that would require inserting a needle or something into the actual shin bone area?
Yes, into the tibia.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Anything further?
No,
Oh,
All right. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
that was quick.
Please.
I'm going to call Dr. Benjamin Kaufman.
Doctor.
Good afternoon. It's always so that the testimony you may have issued should be.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may take a seat.
Watch yourself, please.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I'd like to just note the same objection.
Same ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Benjamin Kaufman, Benjamin Kaufman.
And your date of birth, sir?
September 10th, 1984.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor,
How long have you been doing that?
about 12 years.
Could you briefly describe for the jurors your educational and training background that qualifies you for that role?
Yeah, I went to Boston University for medical school, and then Kings County for residency training, and then Columbia for fellowship in global emergency medicine.
And where do you currently work?
Beth Israel in Plymouth.
And back in January of 2023, did you work there?
I did.
And specifically on January 24th, 2023, were you working that evening?
I was.
And while you were working that evening, did you treat a patient named Callan Clancy?
Yes, that was my patient.
And do you recall how he arrived at the hospital?
Yes, with the EMS, with CPR ongoing.
And is it typical that when EMS arrive with a patient, they give you kind of a summary or a rundown of the patient's condition?
It is.
And did they give you that rundown on Callan's condition?
They did. He, at the time, his heart had stopped and CPR was ongoing, and he was not breathing. He was receiving breaths via bag valve mask ventilation.
And what did you do in terms of treating Callan?
So as soon as he came in, basically, we put in a breathing tube, and we were able to get an IV established. The first thing that we do is give a dose of epinephrine. And in this case, you can look directly at the heart with an ultrasound, and his heart started beating after we were able to give that dose. At that point, we continued compressions, continued giving him breaths through the breathing tube. And Plymouth Hospital does not have pediatrics or the ability to care for that level of pediatric patients. So we're on the phone with Boston Children's Hospital, making preparations basically to get him to the more definitive care.
And about how long into your care of Callan did he regain a heartbeat?
Damn.
Probably from the time that he got to the ER, maybe like 10 minutes or so, I'm guessing.
At any point in time, did he regain the ability to breathe on his own while he was in your care?
No.
Did you do any examination or testing to determine Callan's brain function?
So at no point did he exhibit any brain function. I'm not like a
Yeah,
neurologist, so
was.
we are not the definitive person, but in emergency medicine, there's a scale called the Glasgow Coma Scale, which is generally from 3 to 15. There's different variations for pediatrics, but he scored the lowest, which basically is you're in a coma or have no brain response during the entire time that he was in my care.
So on that scale, the 3 to 15, 15, would that be someone who's walking and talking and acting normally?
That's correct.
And a 3, is that someone with no brain function?
That is correct.
And you testified that Callan was at a 3 when you treated him?
At no time during his care did he have any brain function that was evident on my exam.
And at some point in time, was it decided to transfer his care to Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes, we were in contact with him basically immediately, and then he was flown by helicopter to Boston Children's Hospital, and the whole time the ICU doctors were on the phone reviewing the case and making recommendations.
And at any point in time, to your knowledge, from the time he entered the emergency department at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth until he arrived at Boston Children's Hospital, was he able to breathe on his own?
No.
Thank you, doctor.
All right, counsel.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, doctor.
I missed, what did they say the score was?
Attorney Buckingham.
Was it
Your Honor,
3?
the Commonwealth would call Melissa Archidepane.
Let me go back. Did you say the score was?
Israel Deaconess Plymouth until
the whole time the ICU doctors were on the phone reviewing the case and making recommendations.
And at any point in time,
Did I go back far enough?
to your knowledge, from the time he entered the emergency department at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth until he arrived at Boston Children's Hospital, was he able to breathe on his own?
No.
Thank you, doctor.
All right, counsel.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
I didn't go back far enough, sorry.
During his care, did he have any brain function that was evident on my exam?
3 is generally 3 to 15. I think it was
There's a
3
scale
on
called
that.
the Glasgow Coma Scale, which is generally from 3 to 15. There's different variations for pediatrics,
Yeah, I
but
thought that's what it said. 3.
he scored the lowest, which basically is you're in a coma or have no brain response during the entire time that he was in my care.
So on
Okay.
that scale, the 3 to 15, 15, would that be someone who's walking and talking and acting normally?
That's correct.
And a 3, is that someone with no brain function?
I thought that's what I just wanted to make
And you
sure.
testified that Callan was at a 3 when you treated him?
At no time during his care did he have any brain function that was evident on my exam.
And at some point in time, was it decided to transfer his care to Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes, we were in contact with him basically immediately, and then he was flown by helicopter to Boston Children's Hospital, and the whole time the ICU doctors were on the phone reviewing the case and making recommendations.
And at any point in time, to your knowledge, from the time he entered the emergency department at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth until he arrived at Boston Children's Hospital, was he able to breathe on his own?
No.
Thank you, doctor.
All right, counsel.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, doctor. Attorney Buckingham.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Melissa Archidepane.
Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony of the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury?
Take a seat. Watch your step, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Melissa Acadapane.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Arcadipane.
And did you work for South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And what was your role at South Shore Hospital?
My last role was a supervisor of the specimen processing department in the laboratory.
And do you still work in that role?
No.
Okay. Back in 2023, specifically January, were you in that role?
Yes.
And how long had you worked for, or have you worked for South Shore Hospital over the course of the years?
Over 20 years.
You said that you were the specimen processing supervisor?
Correct.
What are the general responsibilities for that role?
Overseeing the department where all of the specimens from within the hospital and even outside of the hospital will come in through that department to be received, checked, make sure they have orders, make sure they're collected in the correct tube.
And the laboratory at South Shore Hospital is responsible for processing blood samples, urine samples that come from other areas of the hospital, correct?
Correct.
So can you just generally tell us how a blood or urine sample would come from the emergency department at South Shore Hospital to the laboratory?
So in most cases, blood sample or urine will come through a pneumatic tube system from the emergency room. They'll put it in a tube, hit a button, and it will come over to the lab, which was across the street. And we would take it out of that canister and process it at that point.
And the specimens that are collected in a place like the emergency department are done by a nurse or technician who takes the samples, puts them in the appropriate vial or tube and labels them, correct?
Correct.
And so when they come to you through that pneumatic system, what does your laboratory do with the samples?
Well, we check the sample, make sure it's labeled, make sure it's in the correct tube, and then we would process it.
And traditionally, would your laboratory receive several samples, meaning several vials of blood or urine from one patient?
They could, yes.
And as far as the orders for testing, you at the laboratory would only run particular tests that are ordered by a physician, correct?
Correct.
Does that usually consume the whole sample that you receive from the emergency department?
Not always, no.
And so would it be a common procedure that samples from a particular patient would be retained in case additional testing needed to be done?
Yes.
And working in the lab as the specimen processing supervisor, are you familiar with what is referred to as a preservation notice?
I am.
What do you know that to be?
So that is a notice that we would receive from a law enforcement agency asking us to hold specific samples for a particular patient.
And what would your laboratory do when you receive a preservation notice for a particular patient?
So the samples would be pulled aside, they would be put in a specimen bag. A copy of that preservation notice gets put in the bag with the samples, and it is put in a separate bin within the specimen refrigerator.
And the specimen refrigerator, is that a place that specimens are stored until they're either used or discarded?
Correct.
And does that preserve the specimen? Meaning
well, they need to be refrigerated. So, but we separate those specimens that potentially could be needed elsewhere into a separate spot so that they don't get discarded.
Now, were you aware that a preservation notice had been served on South Shore Hospital for the blood and urine of Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023?
I was.
And were those samples of blood and urine collected in the same manner you just described and put in a separate bin?
Yes.
And on January 31st, 2023, did you have the opportunity to interact with a trooper from the Massachusetts State Police?
I did.
And what was that interaction? Can you describe it to us?
He came with a warrant to collect the specimens.
And so did you collect the specimens that were labeled for Lindsay Clancy?
I did. Somebody had already put them in that bin in a bag, so I just went to the bin, retrieved them, made sure they were hers, and gave them to the officer.
And in fact, you handed over 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine to the trooper on that day, correct?
I don't remember the exact samples or sample type that I handed over, but I do know that I gave him samples.
Okay, and as far as your memory, you recall that you double checked the ID label on the items to make sure that they belong to Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Definitely.
Nothing further, thank you.
Counsel?
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to submit the certified medical records from Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth for Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy in one binder.
No objection.
All right, they may be admitted.
We could approach sidebar.
Yes.
Sometimes the mics need turning up or they're not talking into them closely enough. Yeah, she's probably speaking more into the mic. We're not getting the glitch in today, though, are we? Like we were the other day. Oh, what did you
Jury,
say?
in talking to counsel, we are going to break for today.
Oh,
all right?
we're going to have an early
Let's talk about over
finish.
here is in regards to the schedule where we are.
Literally was just about to say I wanted a full break early today. I had no idea.
If not on schedule, at a schedule, all right? And much of it is because of the work when you're not here, counsel is going over some of the exhibits and some of that, and that's part of some of these breaks, at least for you, all right? So I just kind of want to let you know that's what's going on. So I'm gonna excuse you. I know it's been a long week anyway, so we're gonna take a break till Monday, all right? And on Monday, the schedule anticipation will start about 9, maybe a little bit later than that. But I ask you to be here ready to go at 9. There's some matters I may have to talk to counsel, so it might give a little bit late start for you on Monday. And then the anticipations will go most of the day. All right. Like I said, we are well on schedule, if not ahead. What I want to remind you now, which you know I'm going to remind you, that you're going to be not here for a couple of days. It's very important. You've heard some of the evidence. You haven't heard all of the evidence. All right. You haven't heard the law that you will apply to this. So you have to keep an open mind. And the best way to do that is don't talk about this with anyone. Don't do any research. Don't watch anything. If something comes on, turn it off. And just like I said, if you're talking to somebody, brings up, blame me. All right. The judge said, I am not to talk about it. I'm not to listen to anybody talking about this and shut them down right away. I appreciate all the work that you've put in here so far. I look forward to seeing you on Monday. I hope you have a nice weekend, and we'll see you then. All right, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. Close your notebooks, please. Place them on the chairs. All right.
Maybe schedule Mondays. Yeah, did he say they're going to start? I'll keep an eye out on the start time on Court TV. So I'll let you know. We'll be starting a bit later. Which will probably suit, actually. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out. Court TV usually put it up pretty quick. And I'll just adjust my time. But I'm going to play that doctor video in a minute. Hi, Amy.
All right. Anything else we need to address before Monday morning? Counsel?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. We'll resume the trial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Court's in recess. Please exit the court. Thank you.
Avi will like this one. So I'm going to play that. And I've also got, it's nothing to do with this trial, but at the end I want to show you, it is true crime, but this video caught my eye. Yeah, they're finished now. So we're going to get wrapped up early today. But I do want to share this. Hold on. And then for those that want to see, I want to share this There's another case that's popped up. Gosh, what people are losing their minds. Disturbing Michigan killings. Family of 8 found dead. This was a day ago. I'm going to play that at the end, but I want to share this interview first. I know it's separate, but I just want to see what it's about.
The prosecution, well, and the defense, I guess, that there's been no argument that Lindsay Clancy was on drugs, prescription drugs, not illicit drugs, prescription drugs that were prescribed to her. There is a bit of argument as far as the number of prescription drugs she was on. The prosecution says one number, the defense says one number. Here's what we know according to the civil court filings. Between October of 22 and January of 23, the alleged crimes happened in January of 23. Lindsay Clancy.
Look at all those. Zoloft, Ativan, Benadryl, Trazodone, if I can get it right, Prozac, Ambien, Remeron, Clonopin, Seroquel, Valium, and oh my God, amitriptyline. Jeez.
Was on 11 different medications, not necessarily all at once. Some of them were taken in combinations with others. Here's the list. Zoloft, Ativan, Benadryl, Trazodone, Prozac, Ambien, Remeron, Clonopin, Seroquel, Valium, and amitriptyline. I've heard of most of those. I'm sure many of you have. Some of them maybe we haven't heard of. Of course, the defense.
I'll tell you what I've heard of. I've heard of Zoloft, but only through watching you guys. I'd never heard, right, before this, before True Crime on YouTube, I'd not heard of Zoloft, Ativan, Benadryl, yeah. Trazodone, no. Prozac, yes. Ambien, no. These must be American names. Remeron, Clonopin, no. Some shouting outside. Seroquel, only through watching True Crime. Valium, yes. And amitriptyline, yes. Because that's often given for migraines, amitriptyline.
Of those, I'm sure many of you have. Some of them maybe we haven't heard of. Of course, the defense in this case is saying she was insane, psychotic, because she was on all of these medications. No one was actually treating her. They were just shoveling pills to her. And because of that, she was not in the right frame of mind and she killed her children. Dr. Joseph Witt-Doring is a board-certified psychiatrist, a leading expert in psychiatric care, drug side effects, and withdrawal. He's also the CEO and medical director of the Taper Clinic, which he oversees all aspects of patient care, clinical staff, things like that. He basically is, with his wife, he co-founded this clinic to help get people off so many psychiatric drugs, like taper down. For years, he's worked in clinical psychiatrist, regulatory science, pharmaceutical drug safety. He was a former medical officer in the Division of Psychiatry for the FDA. He's reviewed emerging adverse drug reactions and contributed to updates in drug labeling. He also worked for Johnson & Johnson, and he's had a psychiatric drug development fellowship at Janssen Research and Development, Drexel College of Medicine, has his residency at Baylor Medicine. He went to the University of Queensland in Australia. He has years and years and years of experience. Mm-hmm. His mission is to help people understand the side effects, the benefits, the risks, and limitations of psychiatric medications. It's blowing up. This industry is blowing up. It has been for years with anxiety and other sort of mental disorders and mental illnesses. He wants to raise awareness of it. And he came out with a YouTube video a few days ago about the Lindsay Clancy case.
He's our hero.
Many of you sent it to us saying, please interview this guy and get his take.
Yeah.
And so that's what we are doing today.
Right, Joseph.
Now, some of you might disagree with his analysis. That's fine. Some of you 100% agree with him. That's fine too. We're giving him a voice to share his expert opinions on this.
I don't know about you ladies and any gents that might be listening, but I think he sounded like he knew what he was bloody talking about. What do you think?
This case.
And I love his energy. He's so calm and tranquil and cool.
And without further ado, please welcome Dr. Joseph Witt-Doring. Dr. Witt-Doring, thank you for being here tonight. I want to start by just have you explain to people briefly kind of what you do, what your specialty is, and about your clinic.
So I'm a psychiatrist and I specialize in adverse drug reactions. I used to work at the FDA in the Division of Psychiatry as a drug regulator. And then I also worked in the pharmaceutical industry as a drug safety specialist. Now, in my clinical practice now, I help people who are having side effects to psychiatric medications safely come off them. And I've been doing that for the last 7 years.
Wow.
Okay, so is it more like a naturopath type thing, or do you still do medication, traditional medication, as well as other type of treatments?
So what my practice focuses on are non-drug approaches to mental health that are evidence-based. And so, yes, medications can certainly work for some people, but there's a lot of people where the drugs essentially they wear off over time, or just because of their genetics, the medications aren't a good fit. Sometimes it's also just personal preference. People don't like the side effects. They don't like being reliant on something long-term. And so they're looking for another approach. Now, the main approaches, the main non-drug approaches to mental health have to do with bolstering relationships, improving your physical health, finding purpose and meaning in your life, and learning emotional and cognitive skills. And so, yes, we do what we do the holistic stuff. We do lab testing, we optimize people's physical health, but we essentially deploy all evidence-based non-drug treatments for mental health while we're doing tapering, so we can transition people to what we believe are actually more sustainable long-term approaches for their mental health.
When you first heard about the Lindsay Clancy case and the background as far as the medications that she had been prescribed, what were your thoughts?
My thoughts were that a terrible evil had occurred, because when I looked through the actual malpractice submission, what her doctors put forward as to what had happened to her, it was clear as day that she was having severe adverse reactions to the medications that were missed time and time again by multiple different experts. And not only were they missed, the different doctors that she saw, they actually made things worse. There's something in psychiatry called a prescribing cascade. It's where someone has an adverse reaction to the first medication, which then gets misdiagnosed as a new psychiatric condition. And then the doctors, they pile on more medications to treat that. And oftentimes it makes the patient worse and worse because, and here is why. If you've had a bad reaction to a medication and it destabilizes your nervous system, and that can happen. I want people to remember these drugs, in rare instances, they can cause seizures, they can cause nervous system irritability, they can cause mood swings. For some people, a small proportion of them, they're irritating. And so if that happens to you and you've already destabilized your nervous system, and then you get another drug on top of that, and another drug, and then another drug at higher and higher doses, you can actually push someone into states of psychosis, impulsivity, homicidality, and suicidality. And from what Lindsay's has explained about her condition in this malpractice submission, it is very clear that is likely what happened to her.
Going through the civil lawsuits that have been filed where they talk about these medications, and then some of the criminal evidence that we see, it is somewhat alarming. As you said, that you were shocked when you read them. It looks like she was on at least 11 different medications within 6 months, October of 22 to January. Actually, that's like 4 months. So Zoloft, I think, is a well-known antidepressant. I guess when you look through the list of these drugs, would one of these potential drugs, Zoloft, Ativan, Benadryl, Trazodone, Prozac, Ambien, Remeron, Klonopin, Seroquel, Valium, and amitriptyline, I guess that's how you say it, would one of those drugs alone, could one of those cause such severe psychosis side effects? Or do you think it's a combination of all of them, or one after the other? I mean, how does it all work in our brains?
Yeah. So in Lindsay's case, it does look like it was the combination of them, one after the other, that step by step. I mean, if you think about a medication irritating the nervous system, and the first one was Zoloft, that was the one that really kicked things off for her. So that causes an insult. It destabilizes her. Then she gets another drug and another drug and another drug. And I want you to just think about a boxer getting hit in the head, 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit. every time there's another drug getting layered upon this original injury that she's had from the medication, it's making her worse and worse. However, you can actually have them just from one drug. And this isn't fringe stuff. I mean, if you just open the drug labeling for Zoloft, I mean, it talks about inducing aggression, irritability, hostility, suicidal behavior in some individuals. Now, these aren't super common.
See, to me, if he was a testifying specialist, what do they call him? I'm going to drop the link if anyone wants to. To me, so listening to someone like him, like he could sway a jury to believe that she could be, literally lost her mind because of the medication. Not saying sway people like incorrectly, but he would be a great, what do they call them? Expert witnesses. That's what I'm looking for. Nobody needs to come up, but if they do want to come up for a little bit. That's the thing. We don't know how much she's took, Rowena. So he explains it very well, but I don't know if he knows how much she took of each. I don't know if a week's worth could be enough to tip somebody over the edge. I don't know. Obviously, I'm not the expert.
And side effects. These are obviously uncommon side effects. 17% of our population are on these, but they're recognized by the FDA and they are put in the drug labels. On top of that, we have a long history of these medications essentially being found to be involved in homicidal behavior. I mean, there have been judges and juries that have essentially ruled, if not for the drug, this person would not have done this. And I think the most well-known case is the case of it was Donald Shell. This was in Wyoming in the 90s. Donald Shell was put on an SSRI. I mean, it's actually really similar to the Lindsay Clancy case. He was put on an SSRI, had a very bad reaction. He then went back with depression, got put on, I think, another SSRI, which never should have happened. The same thing happened with Lindsay. She was on Zoloft, and then she got on Prozac, even after she'd had that initial bad reaction to Zoloft. He gets put on that medication again. And within 2 days, he kills his wife, his daughter, and his granddaughter, and then he shoots himself. Now, the surviving son-in-law, Tobin, brought a suit against SmithKline Beecham at the time for failure to warn, and they won that case. They won. He got a $5 million verdict. Obviously the pharmaceutical company appealed that. The appeal did not stand, and that was essentially a jury recognizing that if not for this SSRI, this whole family wouldn't have been slaughtered. And there are numerous cases out there just like this, where judges and juries have said, if not for this SSRI, this violent behavior would not have happened. So this is, I mean, this stuff is a red.
This could end up being like, if she gets found not guilty, and the hubby could the ex-husband could sue. Well, I don't know. Could they both sue big time? Like he's lost his children.
This can
he's lost
happen.
His wife, really.
Yeah. Okay. Would you mind explaining base level? What is Zoloft?
So Zoloft is an SSRI.
And what SSRI means?
It's a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. It's a drug that increases the level of serotonin in the brain.
Okay, so if a woman is having postpartum depression or psychosis, mental health concerns after a baby, is Zoloft commonly prescribed?
It is commonly prescribed, yes.
Okay, what is Ativan?
Ativan is a benzodiazepine. This is a strong sedative medication for sleep and anxiety.
Benadryl, which is an allergy pill, right? Like an antihistamine.
Correct, yeah. And sometimes it's also used as a mild anxiety drug.
Okay, so in Clancy's case, it's likely she was prescribed that for anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be dangerous to combine Ativan and Benadryl? Like take them both at the same time?
It can be at high doses, although it's...
I never knew Benadryl was, but then I hear people say that rightly or wrongly take it to help them sleep. I mean, I've only heard of it as
Commonly done. There's a lot of people taking Benadryl while being on Ativan, and by and large, unless they're at very high doses, they're doing just fine.
Okay. How about trazodone?
Trazodone is a pretty common sleeping medication and is often used in combination with other medications, and it's tolerated just fine.
Prozac, I think it's a common antidepressant. Same sort of category as Zoloft?
Correct, yes.
Ambien, I think most of us know that as a sleep aid.
Yes.
Remeron?
Yes, an antidepressant with a strong sedative profile, usually used to help people sleep.
Klonopin.
Just like Ativan, a strong sedative medication used for insomnia and anxiety.
Seroquel?
That's an antipsychotic that's used for bipolar, schizophrenia, and severe depression.
Valium?
Just like the Klonopin and the Ativan, also a strong sedative.
And amitriptyline? I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Yeah. Amitriptyline is an antidepressant, an older style antidepressant.
And again, these were all prescribed to her October, November, December, between October of 22 and January of 23. When you look at this, is it something that that's 11 drugs? Is it you go to the doctor and you're like, okay, Zoloft isn't working, I need something else. And then they prescribe something else. I mean, is that kind of the method to all of this? Okay, this doesn't work, we'll give you this, and you're just swapping them? Or are these the type of drugs you need to come off of for a few days or weeks, get it out of your system, and then start a new one?
So what happens, Nate, is that our mental health care system, we have such short visits nowadays that people are just like, well, that didn't work, let's try this. Oh, and that didn't work, let's try this. There's just this sense that just more drugs is going to be more helpful, higher doses, different drugs, let's just try that. But if you look at this history, it is a history of someone who's had a severe adverse reaction and they're responding poorly to medications. When you can't, why would and you look at this history, and it's devastating because the husband is like halfway through, right after she gets put on the antipsychotic, he says, I feel like she is worse than she was before this. Something is going wrong. Something is making her worse. I feel like we need a clean slate. I feel like we need to remove everything. And then the next line in the document that's put in is that the doctor doubles the dose. So they increase the dose of Seroquel even more because they just have this idea of, oh yeah, maybe it could be that, but let's just, better safe than sorry. Let's give her more. And so when you see this history of someone responding badly to the Zoloft, they get even worse when the dose goes up.
No,
they stop that. They put them on Prozac. They get even worse on the Prozac. They then completely change class of medication. They start giving strong sedative benzodiazepine medications, drugs that are meant to sedate you. And instead of them sedating her, they make her feel even worse. They then escalate that and they give her antipsychotic medication, Seroquel. And the husband says, this is making her even worse. It's like, eventually you've got to stop throwing drugs at this problem. You have to understand this is someone that we're making incredibly destabilized with these meds. And the last thing that you see in this report is that the doctor doubles the dose of amitriptyline, the third antidepressant, which she never should have been on because she'd already responded poorly to the first two. The next day, she kills her 3 children. She throws herself out the window. It was completely avoidable.
There's going to be people watching this, doctor, that are like, I feel like I'm on that hamster wheel, that maybe not to this extreme of Lindsay Clancy, where I'm not in control of my mind, or I have a loved one who's not in control of their mind, and I just want help. And I go to the doctor and all they do is give me pills. What do you do to them? I mean, what should have been done here, assuming that the drugs were responsible and contributed to the deaths of the children, which I'm assuming you believe that they did?
Yes.
So what should have been done?
I mean, in a case like this, she should have been brought into a residential treatment setting where she could have been monitored. I mean, she was telling people that she was having suicidal thoughts. She was talking to her family about the dark, morbid thoughts that she was having. She was having hallucinations. It should have been recognized she was having a severe adverse reaction. She should have been brought into a setting that was highly monitored, and then time, because a lot of these adverse drug reactions, they simply go away in a couple of weeks if you stop subjecting them to the drugs. And so she should have been monitored in a safe setting and just allowed to naturally recover over time. Everything would have been avoided.
Okay, so what do you say to the person watching that fortunately hasn't reached this point where, there's been any sort of harm, self-harm, but they just feel like no one's listening to them? I know every case is different, and that's a really broad question, but do you have just some generic advice or counsel you can share?
I mean, my advice would just be listen to your own intuition. If you feel like a medication is making you worse, that matters, and you should listen to that. If you go and talk to the doctor and, you get 7 minutes of FaceTime with them and they're typing away, staring at their computer screen, they're not really listening to you. They're kind of dismissive. They're just like, that's just your underlying condition getting worse. And they really haven't done a thorough assessment. They're not asking, they're not saying, well, let's look at the timeline of how things developed. Let's look at some of the other explanations for what's going on. If it seems like you're more just being processed through a system where the easiest thing to do is just to suggest another medication or a higher dose, I want you to listen to that. And I want you to go and find a doctor who you really believe is taking the time to understand what's going on with you instead of just going with the flow, because obviously that can lead to very bad outcomes.
One of the interesting points about this case is that Lindsay Clancy worked in a hospital. I mean, she was somewhat familiar with the medical system, worked in labor and delivery. There are people, though, that say because of that, she should have known. She should have known that this drug swapping was not good for her, that she shouldn't have taken this many drugs. What do you say to that?
I would say that's completely inaccurate. I mean, even people that work in mental health, I'm talking psychiatrists, psychiatric nurse practitioners, they get snared up in these prescribing cascades as well. I mean, we are in the midst of an overprescription epidemic right now, Nate, where because of the current system and the insurance and the doctors needing to see people, 4 people in an hour, we just there's limited time to really do much else apart from prescribing medications. And so many people, they just end up on all these drugs. And now we've got 17% of the US population on antidepressants. It's over 1 in 5 women over 65, it's 1 in 3. I mean, it is shocking. I mean, it's so shocking that our national leaders, Secretary Kennedy, I mean, this has been what he's doing this year. He is convening panels of psychiatric experts in the Capitol. And it happened last week. It's been going on all year to essentially educate doctors about overprescribing and over-relying on these medications. And so the idea that this is common knowledge for someone who's not even a mental health practitioner and she should have known better, it's completely missing the plot. I mean, we've gone kind of, I mean, things have gotten really out of control with mental health prescribing. So I think that is a very unfair criticism to levy at Lindsay.
Dr. Joseph, you have quite a background working with the FDA, working with psychiatry departments and divisions and different, universities and medical offices. At what point?
What I would like to ask him, if I could, is what if she wasn't taking them, like we're saying? What if she was only taking a couple? Would that still be enough to trigger this? That's what I mean. We've got what was on the toxicology report. Like, I like this doctor.
Wait, did you personally think, wait, this is kind of getting out of hand, or that the scale is being tipped to over medicating versus maybe we should scale back a little? Or is this something that you've kind of always thought about or realized since you went into medicine?
It definitely isn't something that I was always aware of. It's something that I felt out over time. I went into psychiatry because I love personal development, psychology, philosophy. And I saw it as a way to merge my interest in medicine with helping people thrive and grow. But then when I entered my internship, I was like, I'm not doing that at all. What I'm noticing from my professors is we have about 15 minutes 3 or 4 times a year to get to know people. I have a patient panel of 1,000 people. How am I ever going to understand the lives of these thousands of people, like their relationships, meaning and purpose, their physical health? How am I ever going to help them with non-drug approaches with this limited time? And so what I noticed then was we are set up to fail. With the limited time that we have, we end up diagnosing people off a checklist without even understanding their lives and using an algorithm to prescribe medications. And then when I went to when I worked for Johnson & Johnson and then also went to the FDA afterwards, I learned that essentially there's really poor long-term evidence on these medications. I mean, the chief medical and scientific officer of the FDA, Vinay Prasad, he published a paper last year looking at the 10 most commonly prescribed antidepressants in the US. Not one of them had a double-blind randomized controlled trial that went any longer than a year. Now, 70% of Americans are on these drugs for 2 years or longer. And so we're often told these drugs are safe and effective, but what's left out is, yes, safe and effective for the 1 year that they were studied for. Outside of that, we really don't know whether it's still beneficial and it's still safe in the long run. And so I start putting all of this.
I'll read it out in a minute, what's been reported. Let me read it out now while we're at this point. So I asked I didn't know if it was available. I asked for the toxicology report, and it says a blood sample was taken from Clancy on the 24th of January 2023 at around 8:18 p.m. only a couple of hours after her three children were found dead. Toxicology found 7 different medications in her system. You see, in the UK, we wouldn't get this. 3, not at this stage. 3 antidepressants, an antipsychotic, 2 sedatives, and an anticonvulsant. What was found at what level? Seroquel, found at a toxic level and a peak level, meaning it had been taken about 2 hours before the test. Remeron, also at a peak level, taken shortly before testing. But she did take some in that lemonade, didn't she? So did she just take a big dose? She crushed them and put them in the lemonade. So how can they tell, unless they do a hair follicle test, how long she's been taking them? Trazodone, present but a low level, too low to have any effect. Amitriptyline detected, but the exact amount ingested couldn't be pinpointed. The sedatives and the anticonvulsant were all within therapeutic normal ranges. Why the time matters. Apparently she took the large doses after killing her children. So that must have been the lemonade, was it? Not before. It said also the grand jury was told that the most severe possible outcomes of that drug combination at those doses could be cardiac arrest or coma, but that they would not be expected to cause psychosis or violent behavior. Note, this is separate from the broader medication history. But pill evidence suggested at the trial this week she'd only taken a small fraction of what was prescribed. 7 of the 30 Zoloft pills, 6 of the Ativan. There's that.
Together, the limited time, the limited evidence base. I'm also looking at my own patients and I'm saying, hey, I'm not putting someone on, 5 milligrams of Lexapro and SSRI and they just sail off into the distance and they're fine. That person comes back 6 months later, the drug's worn off, they need more. And so you just keep on going higher and higher on the doses. Eventually that wears off. You start a new drug and then you end up in these situations where you have people on 5 different medications after about 10 to 15 years, and they're just not getting any better. This isn't thriving. These are people like sticky taped together with meds who are suffering. And so it was just, it was observing this over my career, Nate, that I was like, we we've got to find more sustainable ways to help people with their mental health. These problems aren't just things that we can medicate away. We need to look at the issues going on in their lives and actually help people address them rather than just relying on drugs, which often wear off over time and can cause these really terrible side effects.
I got to tell you, a few years ago, I was in a brain funk or something, depressed and just, thought about changing careers. I had all sorts of thoughts going through my head, just had no hope or anything. And the biggest thing that made a difference for me, you mentioned earlier, I started going to the gym in the morning and working out for an hour. And even if I couldn't get to the gym, just going on a walk around the neighborhood. And so often I feel that. I was just talking with a friend yesterday who said he had his daughter who went away to a 2-night camp. She's 13. She called every hour. She was so anxious. And then the discussion led to how all these kids in middle school and high school are so anxious, and adults of our generation, my generation, they're so anxious. Why do you think this is such a scourge versus when I was a kid? I don't remember so many of my colleagues having anxiety or my friends. I don't think I had anxiety. What's changed?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of things that come to mind for me, and some things that would probably get me censored. I'm going to lean into it and say it anyway. But I do think there's actually evidence that vaccines are causing some neuroinflammation. I think the rise in autism is linked to that. I think the rise in ADHD is linked to that. I'm not saying it explains all of it,
I agree.
but I'm saying if you essentially quadruple the amount of shots that people are getting, which are by and large designed to rev up the immune system, you're going to get neuroinflammation. So that's one piece of it. Social media is another big piece of it.
Yeah,
there's our teenagers are spending 5 hours on social media, essentially 5 hours that used to go to spending time with their friends, running around outside, sleeping. Instead, it's just they're just ingesting. These susceptible minds are ingesting whatever is on the algorithm, which really isn't like good values. It's like, how much money do you make? How good looking are you? All of this stuff. And I mean, the things that used to influence our kids before were, you'd go to church, you'd hear from someone wiser than you. That's gone down, and we just ingest garbage coming through social media. I think the food supply is off. I think the food has been designed in a way to become heavily addictive, and it's used to comfort people a lot of the time. I think that the processed food really is like the most accessible drug that you have. And so we have this combination of things that I think really is taking a toll on the mental health of our youth. And so, I mean, that's really what I think is going on.
How do you fix this issue? How do you fix the overprescription of patients with mental health issues? Can it be fixed?
Didn't she have them face down though? They wouldn't be able to really fight back, would they? I don't want to think about it, but if she got them pinned down and their arms pinned down with her knees, which if she was behind them, I don't know if that's exactly how she did it. I know that's gross to even think about it. They're not going to be able to scratch her, are they? I don't know exactly how, but I know when they found them, they were face down. Jen K, I didn't either. My intuition said no.
Yeah. I think it starts with just honesty. I mean, I think I wish, what was going on for a long time, Nate, when I was going through my training, I was trying to understand, like, why are we doing things in this way? It seems so intuitive that in order to help people with their mental health problems, we really need to understand their lives, their relationships, meaning and purpose, physical health, all of that. And my teachers used to tell me, it's like, yeah, that stuff's important, but it's kind of like an afterthought. These people have chemical imbalances. These people have low serotonin, and that's really what depression and anxiety is. These are chemical problems, and that's why we use the drugs. Turns out that's a complete bloody lie, and then there's never been any evidence that.
When I was in military training, that was one of the best and healthiest times I felt. all that physical exercise.
That these conditions can be understood by these simple chemical problems that the drugs fix. And so the first thing I think is telling people these drugs are not fixing specific problems in the brain. They're just masking things. And that, yes, maybe this drug could be useful like for a short period of time if you're in an acute crisis, but you should never rely on that as a long-term strategy. You need to look at the fundamental things that make people unhappy in their lives and fix them. Relationships, meaning and purpose, physical health. Our doctors and our health practitioners, we need to be honest with our patients about that. We cannot just tell them, hey, just take the drug, it's going to fix you, you'll be fine. We need to give them more information about what the drugs actually do and about the importance of addressing their health in a holistic way. We need to simply be honest about the limitations of our healthcare system and just say, hey, listen, I'm a family medicine doctor. I've got about 7 minutes of FaceTime with you. I wish I could do more with that time. I can't. And it would be a disservice to me if I just pretended that all you need to do is take this, Lexapro and move on. You need to find some other help. You may need to do a lot of this yourself. And so I think the first step is really honesty. The next step on a national level is, the ideal scenario is this is covered by insurance and integrated within family medicine clinics. You have access to psychotherapy. You have access to groups on physical exercise and nutrition. You have access to a therapist that can talk to you about maybe some of the meaning and purpose going on in your life.
I used to go either to the gym before a shift. It's usually before I went to work, I would go to the gym. Or if I work days, I'd go to the gym or for a swim on my lunch break. Working out every day.
We need to flesh out these services and make them easier. So when someone goes and sees our busy family medicine doctor, they say, well, I guess I'll just give you this drug because there's nothing else I can do. We have to give them more options so they could say, hey, listen, we're not going to do that straight away. What's happening to you is important. And don't worry, I've got this referral for you. And you can go there, go and talk to this person. It's built into our clinic. Try that first before we get to the drugs. That's the kind of system that I would like to see in the US, one that really respects the fact that we are complicated and but also that there are just foundational things that most people need for good mental health. I do think we can get there, and I do think we can help people with that.
If Lindsay Clancy's found not guilty by reason of insanity because of all of this that we've been discussing, do you think that will change anything, or will the medical profession take a second look at how things are operating?
I don't think it will change anything because I have become quite cynical. I think it'll be a flash in the pan. I think there will be a greater awareness about drug-induced homicide. And this has been popping up a lot over the last couple of years. There's been cases where they've been found to cause suicide and homicide. And so at a very large level, I don't think it is really going to change things. I'll tell you what I think will change things, Nate. I think if psychedelics are approved at a federal level, we will have a whole industry that is pushing a new form of drug therapy, which is the use of psychedelics along with therapy. And they are going to counterbalance the narrative. Because right now, the pharmaceutical industry, they're really just kind of pushing medications. There's $1 billion in marketing deployed essentially to control the narrative about the drugs. These drugs are safe, don't criticize them, they're life-saving drugs. But if another industry pops up around psychedelics, and it's looking like that's going to happen, you've got another big player in the game with billions of dollars of marketing spend who are going to say, hey, guys, you should think twice about the antidepressants because of X, Y, and Z. There are the problems. And oh, by the way, we have a treatment. Oftentimes, Nate, I feel like public opinion is shaped by who has the loudest microphone, which really comes down to dollars. And so, that's what I think is going to happen. And that's where I think the narrative could change.
Fascinating. Doctor, thank you so much for sharing your insight. Is there anything that you want to add?
All I would add is that, if you're interested in potentially coming off psychiatric medications in Idaho or other areas across the country, that's what we do. Our website's taperclinic.com. If you're interested in what I've been talking about today, you can find me on social media. My handle is Dr. Josef. That's Josef, not PH. It's the German spelling. And we're on all channels. And, I'd love to have you listen to some of my content over there.
Thank you. My thanks to the doctor for joining us tonight here on Courtroom Insider.
Yeah, we learned a bit more on that interview, didn't we? I'm going to just show you what I asked about the children. So I know this is upsetting. 2 out of the 3 were definitely found, according to this, face down, which is, I thought 2 or 3 of them were face down. But I'll show you what I'm reading. My little AI thing. This is Percy. I'll just check it's not showing anything. So it says they've not really gone into the details of that yet, but Cora 5 was found face down in the den area of the basement with a resistant band around her neck. Callan, 8 months, was lying next to Cora in the same position, also face down. Dawson 3, I thought it was the baby that had been separated. Just shows how you get things wrong. Dawson 3 was found separately alone on the floor of his father's home office. I thought it was the baby in there, also in the basement, but that doesn't say whether he was facing up or down. All 3 had resistance bands wrapped around their necks, and cause of death was ligature strangulation. Prosecutors say Clancy separated Dawson from his siblings before wrapping back. Wonder why she separated him. On whether they fought back, nothing in this trial testimony or reporting so far specifically addresses defensive wounds or physical struggle. Medical examiner forensics has not yet testified. So we might hear more about that then from the forensic pathologist. Has not yet testified publicly as of this week, and the trial has so far covered Patrick's testimony, blah, blah, blah. The judge did approve autopsy photos as evidence back in June, and those are expected to come into play as the trial proceeds, which is when more forensic detail would likely surface. So that's that. Interesting. According to her journaling, she resented Dawson the most. Now, apparently, I think she was having trouble after the second child, which would be Dawson. Yeah, because it was down in the basement, wasn't it, all of that? I thought they said the baby was in the office, but according to that, it says that it was the 3-year-old. Well, we'll bear that in mind because AI might get things wrong. I thought I could have sworn it was the baby, but there's one more thing I want to show, which is a completely different subject, but it's true crime. This popped up in my algorithm. Have you heard of this one? I haven't listened to it. This is a day ago. Christopher, what's that? Carol Lewinsky? No, Carol. How do you say that? Carol Kuwizik. I could never say these. It's like Polish name, isn't it? My friend had a similar name, so I could never say it. Is accused of killing his. How do you say that? Can anybody help me with that? Let me ask my thing. I don't like saying names wrong. How do I pronounce this? Carol Kuwizik. I'm terrible with these names. Sorry, I apologize if that sounds really rude. Hey, Roro.
Hey, good morning. Happy Friday.
Same to you. Happy Friday.
Wow.
Can you help me with this name, Roro?
What name?
Krista. I just want to share in a minute this. It's about this Michigan killing. Family of 8 found dead. And it's called Christopher Carroll. I can't say it. I've got it on the screen. I'll put it in.
Girl, you asking a Southern girl to say that name? Are you kidding me?
Well, I didn't want to look bad.
Just because I'm from the U.S. don't make you know.
Forgive me.
Let's see. All right, let me.
Can you see it?
Carol Kwaski.
I've asked my AI to tell me how to say it.
I don't know. I guess that's why certain people go by
Polish.
Nick the Hat. That's what it reminds me of.
Carol. So altogether, Carol. It's breaking it down for me. Carol. Kevik, is it?
It's chat. I can't see chat. I don't know what they're saying. Let's see.
This is how it's broken it down. The AI. I've got a thing about pronouncing people's names. I don't like to pronounce them wrong, if I can help it.
Jennifer said she can't pronounce it, and she took Polish lessons as a kid.
Well, there you go. I don't feel quite as bad as that now.
Carol Kivik. Carol Kivik.
Yeah, that's it. Carol Kivik. That's how it's breaking it down.
We can just call him Caro. There you go.
We'll call him Christopher, shall we? Christopher with a K. That's how it's breaking it down for me. Carol Kivik. Carol Kivik. There you go.
Carol Kivik. Okay. That's horrible.
Yeah, like people are losing their minds, aren't they? So what's these? Accused of killing his wife Mandy and their 6 children before setting. Oh my gosh. Or setting the family's home on fire.
I'm telling you, people wilding out, going insane.
Says posts about infidelity, marriage counselling, and rebuilding a life are raising new questions about what was happening behind closed doors.
Ooh. I'm telling you, you don't know what goes. I mean, you don't know what's going on in your neighbor's house. You might talk to them out in the yard and say your plants sure are pretty, but you ain't got a clue, you know.
When I was going through what I was going through, at first nobody knew. No neighbors knew nothing for a while, you know, until it got really bad and I, you know, got help.
Well, it's like, you know, my friend that before I was a nurse, I worked for a large company, and my coworker / my friend, I just envied her marriage. You know, I was just like, oh my gosh, I would just love for Mr. Rowe to go out and buy me $400 worth of clothes. You know, I mean, this was 30 years ago, but you know, it's like, oh my God, you know, oh my gosh, and he, you know, he's always, you know, does for and everything. Well, after it was a murder-suicide, we found that it wasn't out of love. It's like she had to wear the clothes that he bought. You know, it was a control thing. Where everybody from the outside, and she never said a word, but everybody from the outside just thought they just had the most loving, wonderful. He was just the most, because he always did for her. Well, he did for her because, you know, he controlled her. So you just don't know. Even when you're close, you just don't know.
I knew a guy like that, and he started to go, "Oh, you don't need to wear makeup," and I didn't. And he's like, "No, I wouldn't want you wearing clothes like that," and that was just like we weren't. He was my he was my first love, and he went in the Marines, and then he come back into my life like 20 odd years later. But the sort of roles were reversed because I was smitten with him. Like I loved him to bits when I was younger. And then when he came back into my life, sort of roles were reversed. I wasn't really, it didn't work the same way.
You kind of grown up a little bit.
Yeah, and I wasn't, you know, smitten with him, like, and it was more, he was more into me then than the other way around, weirdly. And he was like, you don't need to wear makeup, and I won't, and we'd both gone in the military, we're talking about all that, and he was like, well, I wouldn't have wanted you wearing that, and I don't want you wearing that, and I was like, oh, this isn't gonna work.
Yeah. I mean, we found, 12 or 15 journals that she had hidden, like even under insulation in their attic, that she had written everything down, and we had the full picture, you know. And he, you know, he was ex-military and a cop, and, yeah, his brother was Yeah, he guarded, he was on security for Al Gore. So,
Right.
yeah. But, we didn't know. That's what I'm saying. Like even family members, I've had stuff go down and I had no clue until they told me, it's like, oh my God,
Yeah. I know.
But,
Do you want
so
to watch?
what,
Are you staying up to watch some of this, or did you want to talk about some of the Lindsay Clancy?
well, I just want to, I want to know, I cannot wait for these experts to get on. I'm so ready. I want the
Yeah.
doctors, the experts, and I also want to see what was what came out of that cup that she took, right? Because I
What, with the
never,
lemonade in it?
yeah.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. And did she drink like, where was the cup found? Like, was it found in the bedroom or was it found in the kitchen? Did we take, because see, time matters, so did we take that, then go do what she did, then go to the bedroom and because she wasn't feeling the effects of that yet, and then did that, And I want to see, I sound macabre, but the window where there was like blood, smear or whatever, was it like, to me, it didn't look like a drip of blood. It looked like, like if you, like, okay, so I'm quilting, so I've stabbed my finger, I don't know how many times, right? So the other day I went, ooh, and I touched my shorts. Well, I've got a big, well, not a big, but
Yeah.
I've got a little red on my shorts. It's like where you know, it was on the nightstand in the bedroom. Okay, thank you, sweetie Kate.
Well, if you prick yourself with a needle, the blood can come quite quick, can't it? Or
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And it doesn't stop easily. Or you're shaving and you scratch your shin or something, and then you walk about and you find blood everywhere.
Yep.
Have you ever done that?
Oh, girl, look. I tell you what, where every nick you've gotten when you go get a pedicure and they put that stuff on your legs and you're like, ooh, I feel a little 1,000 needles, but you can't see it. You can just, when you're in that hurry, and you're like,
Yeah.
And it seems like you're always in a hurry when you get a brand new razor out too. It's like you don't rush, any other time. But
Yeah, I know. I was walking around one day, I was like, I saw this blood coming from. I looked down and didn't even feel it, and it was just I caught my my ankle bone.
Wait a minute, the cup said because kids.
Sweetie Cake seems like they're on this. They're on this.
Oh, okay. So she didn't write it on the cup. That was like a hospital cup, or because
It's written on it.
yeah, as a labor and delivery nurse, you get all kinds of baby stuff, kids stuff. You know what I mean? Like, the merch, the swag.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
we
just,
also don't have a baseline of her blood after childbirth, and I
it's a
don't know.
difficult one, isn't it?
It is, and I hope they can change my mind. I just have too many feelings on this, but I've been wrong because I thought that only like 1 or 2 medications showed up on her tox labs. Find out it was 7. Well, okay, so I want them to. I don't want. This sounds horrible. I hope that it was malpractice. I truly do.
Yeah.
I hope it was, and I hope it was not
intentional.
A planning. I hope it wasn't, But, and I don't know. I just.
Because how long was? But you see, listening to that Dr. Joseph is really good. But how long were the medications? Because they say she wasn't taking them long enough, but was just a few days enough to trigger something like that? I don't know.
But every medication, but like you can't, like certain medications, like if you take, let's say, like one time in one thing they said that there were 6 missing from the bottle. Okay, well, if that's weak, if you've taken that weeks ago, medication has a half-life, okay? And every medication has a half-life, which where half of that medication is gone in X amount of time, and it's not usually for psych meds, a half-life isn't like, and that'll stay in your system, but the half-life, the potency of it it's half gone by how many hours or whatever. That's why you have to take medications daily.
Mm.
You know, does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm not
No, I get what you
explaining it
mean.
well.
The Seroquel was found at a toxic level.
Now,
I mean,
see,
was it?
Seroquel is a tough med. That one. But and another thing, like I've said, hey, I've been there. Look, when I was diagnosed with what I had, they treat nerve stuff. It's like aspirin can help a headache and it can save you from a heart attack, right? So can some medications for like nerve damage, nerve pain. Those they use mental health meds and antidepressants to help the nerves. Okay,
Yeah.
so when you've got something that as a nurse I had never heard of, and your doctor's crying and saying there's no cure, I didn't know, and so they prescribed stuff. And there was at one time, I will never forget it. And I'm not saying anything bad about this drug. This is just me, okay? If you're on it, great. If it works for you, don't change. This is just my experience from my chemical makeup of me. But like they put me on Elavil, baby. Look, I can remember sitting in a chair and literally I felt drool. I literally, I looked, the TV wasn't on, and I looked at it and I thought to myself, I had a moment of awakening, and I thought, if the house caught on fire right now, I don't know if I could run out.
Wow.
That's how I felt. And I was like, I called my doctor. I was like, I can't take this garbage. I can't, you're going to have to find something else, And, but everybody, that's why mental health is so hard, because everybody's different. Everybody's chemistry is different. You can't look at somebody's mental health in surgery and go, well, let me fix that artery. It
Yeah.
don't work like that. And it's all your chemicals, and everybody's chemically different.
We've got a guest. Avi's joined us. Are you there, Avi? I've put my overlay up just in case, but I don't think you've been up before, have you, Avi?
Not over here.
Who is it? I'm sorry.
Avi.
Oh, hey. Avi's my girl.
She's been stalking you. She was looking for you the other day.
I love Avi. Me and Avi go back.
We go way back.
We go way back, girl.
Back in the before times.
Honey.
I've heard you. Where have I heard you? Obviously, I've known you in my chat and everything, but where have I heard you on? Have you been on other panels?
I may or may not be QB's receptionist.
Oh, that's. I'm like, I've heard your voice
Girl,
the other
you
day.
were
I
supposed
can't
to
think
say,
where.
Avi. And look, hi, I'm still waiting on that blunt dispenser.
I don't think anybody's gonna bust me out though. Some
I
people have
was
caught
like,
on
I
to
know
it in
this
chat.
voice. The other day, I've heard this lady's voice. Where have I heard you?
I did go off on bitter tea.
She's also an investigator.
Yeah, I went off on bitter tea.
Yeah.
I was
She
having a
deserved
lot
it.
of feelings.
Oh, when we're on panel on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I didn't realize it was you.
And I still haven't changed my mind on that, on how I feel
hadn't
about
either.
that. And I'm still waiting on Jackie.
Oh, yeah. I'm disappointed. I'll be really honest. That's disappointing. No
Well,
receipt.
I think, and I was in chat and I said a few things,
Let me set
but
this
the
down a
chat
minute.
was flying. It was like, it was so hard, when your in chat was just flying. And so I was trying to mod and trying to talk and everything, but to me, like, it reminded me that whole Jackie situation. And I'm not saying anything, I don't know the lady, whatever, but remember when Dark Horse did and that's what came to my mind.
Yes.
She said, I gave BJ $400. No, you didn't.
Yes.
And I think some people for whatever reasons going on with them, they might kind of want to be the victim of somebody. Does that make, kind of, or make them seem worse than what they're already doing? Like telling a lie to embellish whatever, and then it just took on a life of its own.
I said exactly the same thing. This sounds like the Dark Horse.
Know. I just
sorry, go on. Love.
Just from things that I've seen.
My sound went out. Bye. Sorry.
Oh, she can't hear me.
Can't you hear us, Roro?
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Avi. Can you hear me?
Maybe not.
Avi. Come back. Come back. Pop down and come back up. And Roro. I'm going to remove that one. Hello? Can you hear me, Avi?
Can you hear me now?
We could hear you before. Let me kick your alter ego out. Is it just... Can you hear me?
Hello?
Let me go out and come back in.
I don't know what's happening.
Can you hear me now? I thought it might be me. What is going on? Avi, can you hear me? God, coconut swirl. Why isn't it working? Avi, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
I went out because I thought, well, what if it's me? What if everybody's leaving and it's me that's the problem?
I couldn't hear you. And
We've got Roro back with us as well.
I'm so sorry. I think it's everybody blames my phone, but it's StreamYard, and whenever you drop a video or somebody drops down, then I can't hear. So I'm sorry if I overspoke anybody. I'm so sorry.
No, you were fine. We were all talking away, and then
I think you're good, but I
we're good
can't
now.
hear Trisha again, I think.
Can't you hear me? Hello? Damn. Can anybody hear me? Roro?
I can hear you.
Oh, Avi can't hear
Okay,
me.
I think
can
it's
hear
something going
AV.
on. I think it's something going on her end.
I've
We'll
been
give her
out.
a moment. I'm sure she'll
Shall
figure
I
it
go out
out.
and come? I'm going to go out, Roro, and come back in.
Okay. Okay. She's going to go out and come back in real quick.
But what I was
Ooh.
saying about bitter tea just being in like finances and unfortunately seeing how people are impacted by, you know, the sad fishing and people feeling obligated to give money. You know what I mean? Because I was like, well, there's a reason why that she is, you know, word vomiting all of her problems onto people because she's looking for something, whether it be attention, money, whatever it may be. But you know what I mean? It's not,
Right.
I don't think it's not right to dump on people like that because we all have stuff going on in our lives. And that was the point that I was trying to make. Like, we can't just be walking around with our hands held out. If we really want something, we have to work for it.
Well, and that's why I brought the fact of, you know, Queen started her channel by using her phone. And then a friend of hers jumped up and would, you know, help screen share. And then she got a laptop, you know, and it's like it takes time. And I think some people, especially when they're desperate, when they're having hard times in their lives, no matter what they are, they look at this and they think, wow, I can make that same money. And you got mad because people didn't redirect. That's building your channel. Apparently certain laptops weren't good. You know, do I think she should be lied on about she was given money or groceries or whatever? No, but it doesn't change my opinion of the root of the problem. So
Yeah,
can you both hear me
exactly
now?
right there. Yeah,
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody should be lied on. Even I agree. Like, I don't like the lady, but she didn't deserve to be lied on. But it wasn't really the right. It was before the redirecting. She was in my chats, openly advertising herself. She did it to me. She did it to Truth. I found out she'd been doing it to Clue before she even had a channel. because you can see all the chat when you're a mod. You can go back through, and she'd been advertising herself all the time.
Yeah.
You know, it was going on for months before, and then she emailed me early May, and I never replied to her, and I had no intention because and when we got on Queen's panel, that is the exact reason why I didn't want to have a conversation with her, because it got us nowhere.
But I think it. I know you felt like you didn't have any resolve, right?
Mm.
But it did explain a lot of what myself, and a lot of other people had no idea of what was going on. I've never been to her channel. You know, I don't know when she started it, whatever, you know, and it just, you know, but, you know, and then, you know, and I got feelings when you sit there and say, well, I'm going to go up on Queen Bee's channel. Like you're weaponizing Queen Bee. You're not going to do that, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You're not going to, you know what I mean? Like, as like it's a threat, you know, like,
Yeah.
you know,
You
instead of just
Queen.
saying, hey, you know, I need more people to hear this or what, you know, but it was like, you know, well, you know, and kind of find out she, you know, already whatever, or, you know, and it's like, handle your own shit, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, she'd been going, it turns out she'd been, I found out she'd said to Crimson Moon, this is the thing with the history on Kick though, if you're a mod, you can see this. She'd been saying to Crimson Moon, Psyops is Trisha's type, you better hide your man away. Like, I wasn't even there, I don't think, in the conversation. Like, it was totally out of left field. And she was having sly digs at me and about how long I stream for and stuff way before. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is interesting.
Well, I tell you what, for somebody that started a channel, that I saw somebody play a clip and she was like, I'm not going to do the drama. I guess it was when she was interviewing Julie. And she goes, I'm not going to do the drama, but today we're going to do this. You know, and I'm like, girl, stop.
Her first ever stream, because I did actually listen to it because I downloaded it at the time. I don't know if I still got it. And she said, I'm not doing drama. I'm not doing BJ stuff. But went on and on and on about how much money she needed and how she needed to keep her lights on this week. You know, very heavy manipulation about her finances.
When I think it was Charming that read out the email, and I was like, oh my God, I don't share that much with my daughter, you know. I mean,
oh, I know.
I don't, you know, like
there was stuff I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know. I'd heard she got equipment, but I didn't know to what level. So there was a lot of pieces. I guess we had a bit of the piece, all of us, but she's holding a grudge against me, literally, apparently. So can you imagine if you've really done something bad to her, like what she might do to you?
Exactly. Well, and too, honestly, you kind of come to the point where it's all been cleared up, and do you really I mean, I don't know. I only value the people's opinion that I value. You know, like I have to value you to value what you even think about me.
Yeah.
You know, so there's that.
That's why I ignored her. I wasn't going to reply to the email, and I kept it moving. And it was her that was going on, apparently, and on, and then going to dig on panel guests why they might have left the channel.
That just made no sense. And then she said she didn't do it, and then she did, you know, and then, but what she explained, that's what you were doing. I mean, maybe you didn't say, I am going to dig on your panel guests, you know, but you said that you want to know why they left. Well, that's none of your business, ma'am.
I know, it's wild, isn't it?
And who was you going to get the information from? You know, it's just all weird. I don't know. Yeah.
Hopefully she'll move on and let it go. And I don't know. I don't follow her. And I sometimes something just said that night, go and look. And she was live. And it wasn't a person. It was myself, my gut feeling.
Honey, I call that a spiritual thing, you know.
Yeah.
Little angel touched you on your shoulder and said, hey, you know, might want to go check this out. I always listen to that gut, man. I'm telling you. good and bad things, you know.
Well, I'm sorry I sidetracked you on the bitter tea, but that was just letting you know
You're
that was
fine.
where you heard my voice from.
Yeah,
But like
yeah.
what I was coming up for initially was the video that we watched yesterday with Dr. Yosef, and he was talking about how like even one dose of these medications can cause people to have adverse reactions. And like I've seen people have bad adverse reactions to antipsychotics. Unfortunately, I have actually there's been 3 people very close to me and the results were very bad. The ending outcome very, very bad. And so yeah, that's the reason why I do truly believe in Joseph's approach. I do think that meds are they're to be used when necessary, but I don't think that they should be used long term. And I do feel like we need to get back to nature and eating more
Yeah.
healthfully and taking care of our bodies and stop relying on medications. And I understand medications are needed in some cases, but I think that we are way too reliant on medicine. And that's what I essentially think the problem is. Um, and I'll send you those other 2 videos. I don't know if you got that video I sent you last night, but it was a gem. There was only like
No.
19 views on it.
Now I know who's emailing me. That was because I know you've been in. Didn't I used to share out your page where you did the paper? What was it? Is it you?
Oh,
Have I
yeah.
got the right name?
Yeah, the card making.
The card making, and I remember sharing your card making because you channel out with the card making, but I'd never heard your voice, and then now I know at least who I'm talking to is in what your voice sounds like.
Oh, it's funny that you left a comment on one of my videos and you were like, "Is that you?" Or you said something like, "Did you make this?" And I'm like, "Yes."
Yeah, they're really good.
Thank
I know,
you.
but you just never know with YouTube. Like, is it your content or is it? Because some people upload other people's content
Oh,
and they
yeah.
haven't made it. You see, so I just like to check.
Yeah, where people like reshare. Yeah.
Yeah, or
I understand what
reshare.
you're saying.
Yeah, they might make like a playlist. So I like to just double check. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
And what and Avi, what you were saying about the pharmaceutical big pharma, I 1,000,000% agree. Because like if you let's say you go to the doctor for one thing and they give you a medication, well then you might have side effects, and then they give you 3 more medications for those 3 side effects, and it doesn't matter the disease. You know what I mean? But the problem is with mental health, we in this country, and I've been over in the UK and I've been hearing it over there, to where there's such a mental health crisis until you get the until you get to the core of the mental health crisis and you do therapy and all the things. The medication is just one piece of that huge puzzle that's just broken, and our mental health is horrible over here, and it's over in the UK. I've been watching some stuff about mental health in the UK, and it's just pathetic.
it is.
And they've got medicine over their system over there. Like you can go to the doctor and it's covered. Over here, if you ain't got insurance, guess what? But one thing I want to say about, and so let's say that I believe that she took all the medications like they were prescribed. She did everything that her doctors told her. She did everything that she was directed to do, right? And this happened. If you're going to tell me that during a psychotic break, where you are actively in the act of doing what she did, you can take a phone call from your husband and him not have any suspicion that anything is going on, that's an issue with me. So let's, if you're going to call it a psychotic break, then we need to look at the definition of psychosis. I'm not talking about depression or postpartum depression. I'm talking about straight up psychosis, enough to where your 3 children that you love, you did that, but you could take a call. I need to hear from a mental health expert on that. Explain that to me.
Yeah, well,
And I
hope they
agree
do.
with that. Oh, I'm
No,
so
go on,
sorry.
you go, Avi. I just hope they do explain that to us.
They're going to have to, because if I have that question in my mind, I guarantee you there's a juror or two that does too. They're going to have to.
But that phone call, yeah, like the fact she took the phone or phoned him back and he had no idea.
Yeah, right.
But doesn't that speak to how complex our brains are? I mean, it's like
no,
for
it doesn't have to. To me, it explains how premeditated people can be. And if you think that people that are in prison for crimes that they committed, that there's not mental health in there, there is. I'm sorry, there is. So I don't know. I don't know what came first.
well, my thing is, it's
Go on,
like,
Avi, you go.
okay, I'm sorry. The one thing about it that speaks volumes to me, just being a regular person, not in the medical field or anything like that, just being like a regular person, like the jury, right? Knowing that there's all different types of people and different areas of expertise. But what speaks loudly to me, what speaks loud volumes to me, is that her ex-husband is there on trial and he is standing by her side. That is what speaks volumes to me, because we did not live with her. We did not have that long of a relationship with her day in and day out, and then see how great of a mother that she was, and to watch how all of this came tumbling down shortly after her seeking help. So that is what speaks to me.
See, I don't see him as standing by her. I see him as answering truthfully the questions given to him.
Right.
And that's just the truth. And so it's not, he's not going to lie and say, yeah, she was a piece of shit mother, da 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 da. You know, he's giving the facts, and then you take that, you know. And so I don't see it as like he's on her side or he's against her. I think he is just simply asking the questions, and he, if you want to call it gray or on the fence, he's answering the questions posed to him truthfully.
Well, isn't he a witness for both sides?
Right. Of course he's going to be. Of course. That doesn't mean he can't say, "Oh, I just want to be. You know." Now you can be a hostile witness, you know, and you know, for the other side. And I don't think he's doing that, but I think he's just giving the facts. This is what happened. Y'all figure it out. Judge her, whatever, you know. But this is what happened, and then it's up to people's interpretation of those facts.
But whenever he explains that, whenever I listen to him, like I can see everything unfolding, and like just speaking to the experiences that I've had with people that have had issues with antipsychotics, like in one instant with the one person that was on antipsychotics for almost 30 years. She went through, whenever her medicine got upped or changed or whatever. There was one time that I lived with this person and I was scared of her. She would walk, she cut off all of her hair. She lost an extreme amount of weight. And then she was walking the hallways at like 3-4 o'clock in the morning. I was locking my doors. I was scared of her because that is how unpredictable that she was. So people do have bad reactions to these drugs. And in the video that we were watching yesterday with Dr. Yosef, he was explaining that these things can take place after one dose. That there are people that just don't respond well. And instead of the doctor taking her off of those meds and maybe trying something different, they put her on more meds in the exact same class of medications, which she already had not responded well to. So I just feel like.
But even a class of medication, and I'll give you a perfect example, antiemetics, Zofran, okay? I can eat Zofran like Tic Tacs, okay? I mean, it's great medicine, all right? I can take Phenergan, which is also for nausea. I can take a pill. If I do, my restless leg becomes worse. I have restless leg syndrome. It becomes worse. If you give it to me IV, I've had my husband at the hospital literally grab me by the ankle, and I'm like, just pull my legs, just pull them. It's like, you know, so even though it's in the same class of medications, each medication also does work differently.
Yeah, I understand that. I just think it's just my experiences,
Yeah.
and everybody has different life experiences, and that's
Mhm.
how they feel the way that they feel because of their past experiences.
Right.
I've seen the harm that comes from that can come. I'm not saying this is every single situation, but there are some cases or there's some people that medication is just not a good fit. It was
Look,
not a good fit for me.
I
It was
was one of them.
absolutely. I
Baby, I
was
was
one of them
one of
too.
them. My husband, look, Mr. Rowe went and made a doctor's appointment for himself and lied to my doctor that he was sick just so he could go in there without me. I didn't even know he went to the doctor. I didn't even know he left work early. And just to say, hey, y'all got to figure this out. Y'all are treating her legs and she's losing her mind. She's not the same person. So that's where, and that's what he did. He talked to the doctor. It's just, I want to hear the experts in this trial. I cannot wait to hear the experts that not are just experts like whatever, but especially her doctors, because mental health and any medicine, anything medical is so patient specific. What might work for you might not work for me. And that I want whoever treated her, I want to hear from you. You know what I mean? What did she tell you? What did she say was not working? How long had she taken it? What was your rationale for going and giving her this medication? I want to hear all that. I don't know if we will. I
Yeah.
hope we do. But
Yeah.
and I mean I've seen folks come in bad shape from being overprescribed medication. It's like back in the 70s, okay? I mean, my mom and all her friends, it was like doctors were handing out Valium like Tic Tacs. It's like, well, just take it. I mean, the day of my wedding, my grandmother tried to give me a nerve pill, and I'm like, I'm fine. My mom took 3 and chugged it with wine and don't remember anything, but okay. She failed trying to catch the bouquet. It was a lovely
Oh my
day.
God. That's funny.
It was so embarrassing. She also wore a wedding dress to my wedding, so there's that. But,
Oh wow.
yeah, but, it's just very patient specific, and you can't just broad blanket, and I do that, but that's why I just want to hear from the experts and people that actually treated her individually.
Because Avi sent me this video. I haven't watched it yet, Avi, but I've got it pulled up. Making a Killing, Part 3, Murder, Suicide, and a Toddler, the Deadly Side Effects. And it says here, he killed his family after 2 days on Paxil. Did you watch the whole thing, Avi? Did he get found guilty or not guilty?
So I found a 3-part series to that, which is incredible. And whenever I send you stuff like that, like I don't want you to think that I'm trying to get you to play that on
Oh,
here.
no.
I'm sending it to you because I'm like, check this out. Like like that video that came up in your feed yesterday. This was one that I found, and that's why I sent you the message. And I'm like, look at this little gem I found. It's actually a 3-part series. And the Donald Shell, is it Donald Shell or Daniel Shell? Donald.
Is it listed in this video?
Yeah, I can't remember if his first name's Donald or Daniel, but yeah.
Donald Shell.
Daniel.
Donald.
Okay, thank
Donald.
you. Oh, Donald. Okay, so it is Donald. I'm going to write that down. That could be why I couldn't find anything on it. I was trying to find more, but supposedly he did win his malpractice lawsuit, and he was awarded I can't even remember how much, like 50 million, or I can't remember how much. They've appealed it, but he did win that case for malpractice. And of course, now there's an appeal or whatever. But yeah, so I do think that these things are absolutely happening. And again, I do understand that medication, people feel that medications are required for certain things. But I mean, we are living in a world now where there is a pill for absolutely everything. We are not focusing on these natural foods that really fuel our body with things that we need, that help to help our microbiome, that helps release those hormones like serotonin to our brains in order to help us to be able to manage our emotions better. And instead of us focusing in on, what is wrong in my life? Does my relationship suck? Does my career suck? What sucks? What is making me so miserable? And instead of focusing in on those issues, they are just throwing pills at you. And I know this, Lindsay, is much different. We're talking about a psychosis type situation, but I'm talking about just in general. It seems like that they're just prescribing pills for absolutely everything. And it doesn't have to be that way. I mean, food is medicine. The founder of Western medicine said, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. And we have gone way far. We have gone way far off the beaten path. And
well, look at how we live now. We're a society of instant gratification. We can't even stand a commercial on our YouTube. We pay extra money so we don't have to be bothered. We do fast food. We want that instant fix. And that's what you're seeing now as we've evolved. And it's not, that's why I say mental health has got to change. The therapy, the getting to the root of it has to change along with the pharmaceutical part.
Right. And I made people aware in chat, and I'm not ashamed of it. I'm in therapy. Have experienced a lot of trauma in my life, and I'm working through lots of major anxiety issues and OCD and agoraphobia. Now, these things happen to me. The agoraphobia thing, it's like I just woke up one day and it just happened. I did not see any signs of this happening. I was never afraid to leave my house before. It's had a very major negative impact on my life. But what it is it's a trauma response. Every time. Yeah. So it's our brains trying to protect us. And anyway, where was I going with that? And I've lost it. But anyway, yeah, I've admitted that, I'm going through therapy, and my therapist, he had laid out this plan for me. First, find out what sucks in your life. Well, it was my husband. I left my husband. I bought a house. I removed myself out of that toxic environment. So that helped me a lot. I went, stopped drinking alcohol. That helped me a lot. Then I changed my diet to 100% nutritarian, which is where you only eat foods that have the highest nutritional value. And I have seen a major improvement in my life. Like before I go out and mow, instead of putting sunscreen on, I just make sure that I have, a large serving of like watermelon or tomatoes, because you don't have to wear sunscreen. Our skin, we can protect ourselves from the sun, but we just have to make sure that we have the appropriate nutrients in order to do so. So if we go out in the sun and we get burned, it's because we don't have adequate nutrition for our skin to protect itself from the harmful UV rays, which they don't become harmful until we are lacking the nutrients. I've been studying a lot about food. So this is where I'm growing and evolving. I'm trying to learn as much about superfoods as I possibly can, because they have improved my life a lot. Like, I was doing a video for a company that I designed for. I did one month prior to becoming 100% nutritarian. And then I had another video due the next month. It was like I put a filter on my phone. My skin, my hair, the whites of my eyes, my everything looked so much better.
When I had Lewis, and it was always organic this for the baby. I mean, we're talking late 90s, and it was like, I was like, why if we're meant to give the baby filtered water and everything, why am I not doing it? So I started buying loads. I lived in Cornwall then, buying all the organic. Do you know, this sounds terrible, but I was one of the few people buying organic food, walking around Tesco's, and I was hiding it. How silly is that, looking back? But because I was like the odd one out, I was covering up that I was buying all this organic food and then going home, and which I know sounds crazy now. And like my ex-husband said, you don't need to buy me these like all nearly meat sausages. I'll eat the cheap ones. I'm like, we can afford it. You don't need to eat the rubbish. We can, you can afford, because I don't eat meat, but he loved his meat. You can afford the good sausages if you really want to eat sausage. You don't have to eat the crap, basically. And and he could afford it. It was crazy. And that's how my journey started, of going deeper into buying organic. And I didn't eat a lot of rubbish anyway, and I exercised a lot and all the things, filtered water. And, you know, that's how my journey started when I had Lewis, changing, you know, my diet and lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
He was a major catalyst.
It's so wild that we're talking about this, because I promise you, on my eyes, just in the past hour and a half, about an hour and a half, me and Mr. Ray were talking about it. There's this new drug commercial that came on our TV. And the commercial starts out with this dude, he's got the vid, right?
Right.
And he calls his mother. And he looks horrible. And he's like, you know, Mom, I've got it. You know, let me call my doctor right now. It's a hilarious commercial. And so she calls her doctor, and she's like, you know, my son was here yesterday, and he has it, and I've been exposed, and now what do I do? And she's pacing around her den, and her elderly husband's following behind her like she's going to drop dead right there. It's hilarious. And her doctor's like, oh, well, there's a new medication out, and it's called X, Y, and Z. And if you've been exposed, then you know, this will help you prevent from getting it from exposure.
Wow.
And I looked over at him. I swear to you, we had this conversation today, and I looked over and I said, but then that negates the whole thing of, you got vaccines and boosters, you should be good, right? You know, I mean, what happened to that? You know, and then he went and he was talking about, you know, Fauci yesterday with his Senate, whatever that he did, you know, and taking the fifth 100 and something times, you know. And so we just had this big conversation on drug companies, and now it's come on. See, I think medications should not, and it used to be this way, that you could not advertise medications on television or on social media or whatever, that you couldn't do commercials for medications. And there's whole big, huge industries of what color to use in the commercial, the purple and the teal. Those are the most liked, you know, and there's just like there is with casinos, you know, the casino carpets are god awful, and they're so busy to where it makes your eyes look up. Well, what do you look up at? You look up at slot machines. There's no windows because you don't want them to know there's day and night. Every industry has a whole thing on how to promote stuff. But me and Miss Rowe, I've seen that commercial 4 times in an hour and a half. Every time there's a commercial, that's the first one, and then 10 others afterward.
I noticed that when I went to America, and I was younger then, that your TV is way more like the commercials are way more, I don't know, like for medication stuff. And I remember that years ago, but I stopped watching TV in 2010, roughly.
Yeah.
I was just like, I turned the news off, everything.
Well, we're watching a boat show. We watch Below Deck. We like watching these yachts and everything. And then I always say to Mr. I'm like, can you imagine me being a rich bitch? I'd just be like, just give me some waffles. I don't need all this shit. Just give me some plain food. But it's a big, a raid. You got a raid. You got a raid from Big Girl, I think.
Well, she was on kick, so she can't do a full raid, but she sent everybody over it probably. Thank you, Big Girl. Yeah, you can't do YouTube. You got to do YouTube to YouTube, but she's obviously told everybody. I was thinking, where's everyone coming from?
Okay.
It's a sort of a raid. Thank you, Big Girl. I appreciate that. We're just having a conversation about Obama
and it's a really good conversation, and I think it's all broken. And I don't know what it's going to take to fix it. You know, a lot of money, but we put money other places that are just stupid. So, and it's not just this country, it's every country. It's sad. And that's what makes me sad. So, but anyway, I'm going to hop down. And thank you for letting me up. And thank you. The other day I missed it. I was out running errands. You know, I got in my wheelchair and And I got out of bed and got in my wheelchair and rolled out, and did all the things with Mr. Rose. So I missed it. So I got to catch up that night on replay. But I appreciate you playing this trial because it is interesting to have a conversation and chat while the trial's going on versus going to other channels and you got 3,000 people in there and people just wilding out and doing all the things. So
that's what I mean. I know we've got like a small audience, but actually each day I think we're getting a few more, and I love it. I want to watch it anyway, so I'm gonna, that just
and
proves
everybody's
the people
entitled to
that
their opinion. Everybody's
Oh
entitled.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like, if you think that she, is guilty 100% against the board and it was premeditated, okay. If you think it was all whatever, the doctors and everything, okay. What I just think that it's a really good way to open up conversation.
There's a question here before you go. Southern Gal says, Tricia, can you ask Rowena about this? Do you think that every doctor that prescribes these meds for mental health should have people take the gene site testing?
I don't know what gene site testing is. I'm sorry. I'm
Is
not
that
familiar.
Is that to see what your genetics would?
Oh, your genetic testing? Well,
I'm guessing it's that,
okay.
isn't it?
Well, and then so is that okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, genetic testing. The only problem with that is insurance. And I'll tell you that because if you think that your doctors and nurses have free will to take care of you, we're told what we can and can't do. There's a lady that when I was a nursing student, thank God I was a student because as students you have more time with patients. You know what I mean? You don't have a full load and all that. But she had been on her third admission, elderly lady, brittle diabetic, and she would come in and her blood sugars would just be out the roof. She'd be admitted, they'd get them back down, or she'd come back and she would be hypoglycemic and she would get admitted. On her third admission, she was my patient. So I went in, my little teaching nurse self, with my little 2 patients and not, 10. I had the time. And I said, show me how you drop your insulin. Guess what I found out? The units on an insulin syringe are so small. She was elderly. She couldn't see. So she would get up to the general area and a unit of insulin too much can do bad things to you. So there is this is the sad part. There is it's a piece of plastic. It probably costs 3 cents in China to make that you can clip on to a syringe to where it magnifies and you can see. So I went out to the nurse's station, told them everything. They wrote an order. Guess what? Insurance wouldn't pay for it. Insurance wouldn't pay for it because the hospital was going to bill them like $300 for this 3-cent piece of plastic.
That's
So
ridiculous, isn't
I
it?
broke the rules, and so when I didn't get kicked out, but I went over to, because the nursing school was attached, so I went over, our clinical part of our nursing school was attached, and I went over the walkway and I went in, and I knew we had like 4 or 5 of them in the, the little practice room for, student nurses. And I went in and got one and gave it to her. So then I went and told my instructor that I stole from the school. And yeah, so there's that. And she said, fine, that's good job. But insurance companies rule how doctors practice. So insurance companies, I do not see are going to do any kind of genetic testing before patients are prescribed any kind of mental health meds. I just don't. It's just not. It's not cost effective. They're not going to do it.
It's a pity, though, isn't it? I guess. I mean, it's very different in America to here. Like what you pay for medication is crazy.
But the hospital. But see, and it's all. Everybody's washing everybody's hand, right? The hospital, they're going to charge as much as they can get, right? Because people don't pay their bills. Okay, so they're going to charge as much as they can get. So the insurance company, then what they're going to do is they're going to say, then they're going to bill the state or whatever. They're going to come out and they're going to say, well, this woman, we've paid for 3 weeks of hospital care because of her diabetes. But we found out what the issue is. She can't see, but we're not going to pay for a 3-cent piece of plastic. But because the state will pay the insurance company back for those 3 weeks, we'll just keep it going. And then no telling what those high blood sugars, ain't no telling how long that had been happening in her life. I have no clue. But then what was that doing to her eyes, her toes, all those blood vessels, because you've got Cairo syrup running through your veins, it's a vicious cycle. The whole thing is just horrible. And it all reverts back to money. Who's going to pay? Sad.
Yeah. Seems some people getting their insurance are paying for it, but not obviously probably everybody. I don't know.
And I don't know. It's just insurance companies rule. That was my first slap in the face when I was in nursing school, because I just thought, well, the doctor orders it, you're going to get it. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Nope. The insurance company's going to tell you what you can do and what you can't. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, do you either of you, I think Roro might be dropping down, want to stay for this video? I just want to play at the end.
I'll be listening to it. Mr. Rowe just got home. He brought me some lunch, so I'm gonna have a nibble with him, and I'll be listening. But it's great conversation, Trisha, and thank you. And Amy, it's so good talking to you.
Rowena, you're like one of my favorite human beings.
But look, AD, bitch, you ain't never getting my little Debbie's. You hear me?
The other day she was looking for you.
Cosmic brownies.
You've gone in the shower, I think. She was like, "Where's Roro? Is she over on Kick?" I said, "No, we're not on Kick right now."
Because I saw her up all, and then she was gone. Or
yeah, yesterday I was in chat, and then I was listening, and I was in the shower, and I was like, "Oh, they're gonna pick," and then I, came in and out and all that. But anyway, so yeah.
Are you staying up with me, Avi, to watch it, or are you jumping down?
I'll stay with you.
Okay, cool.
Unless you want to get rid of me.
No, I'd love you.
Y'all have a great day.
You take care, Roro.
All right, you too.
You joined us. See you later, love. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
No, you're not getting away that easily. What's that sound? Does that say happy birthday? It's not your birthday today, is it?
Me? Are you asking me? No.
Yeah.
No. No, my birthday is May 27th.
Oh, you're a Gemini. There you go.
I'm a Gemini.
We're both Geminians. You just said happy birthday, doesn't it, on your picture? What does it say?
I don't know. I didn't change the picture. That picture is from, oh my goodness, from forever ago. That's like a long, probably 10, I don't even know how many years ago. That was a picture I uploaded a really long time ago. Yeah, it's a super old card that I made a really, really, really long time ago. I've come a long way since then.
Right. Rose for Aquarians rule. Okay. Well, just before we finish, was this video that popped up in my algorithm that I want to share with everyone. It is a true crime story. So let's have a little look. I haven't watched any of it. I just so let me close a few tabs down. So basically, Christopher, well, I'm not going to keep saying his name because I probably get it wrong. He is accused of killing his wife Mandy and their 6 children before setting the family on. Can you hear outside? The dog's barking outside. And their 6 children before setting the family's Michigan home on fire. So let's see what happens.
For a residential fire at Riverside Trail, white smoke coming out of the window. House is full of smoke seen from the outside and smells electrical. Central clear at 11:46.
It's a tragedy that has unveiled the darkness of the man who investigators say caused it.
Preliminary indications are that the fire was intentionally set in numerous different places throughout the residence on the interior of the home.
Police say he killed his wife and their 6 children before lighting their house on fire. It is an unspeakable act of violence, and now the alleged reality of who this man was and what was going on potentially in his life is starting to come to light. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
Before this gets going any further, you just look at them and they're just like a normal. Let me shut my window. They just look like a normal couple, don't they? Not that you can.
I can't hear anything. So
Sorry.
I'm gonna
What was that?
pop
Love?
down and pop back up.
Okay, you do that. Yeah, I mean, I know you can't say what's normal, but they didn't look,
Going on in the life
I don't
of
know.
Christopher Karolkowicz. There's no reason that will ever make sense for what happened inside his home in Grand Haven, Michigan. And we'll get into what appears to have been going on in his life in just a moment. Christopher Karolkowicz and his wife, Mandy, were raising 6 kids, ages 5 to 15. Police haven't released the names of their children. Reportedly, 2 of the kids were adopted from China.
Okay, we're heading to breakfast, and we got to figure out our laundry situation today.
Okay. Can you hear now?
Yeah, I think when the video started, and I was gonna do that earlier because I was like, I can't hear her, and I think she might be talking to me. But then the video started playing, so
Okay.
when you play a video, I'll just pop down and pop back up, so that way.
It's weird,
we won't
isn't
have
it? It's doing that to people. I don't
I
know why
know.
it's doing that.
I don't know.
So they'd adopted two children from China as well. Wow. So let's see what else to say.
Earlier this month, Mandy appears to have taken their 2 daughters to China on a trip. And what sticks out as we follow reaction to this story, we see the videos that she posted on social media, is just how loving of a person Mandy appears to have been, how loving of a mom Mandy was. One friend wrote on Facebook, quote, "She was an incredible wife, the most amazing mom, a loving aunt, cousin, daughter, colleague, stylist, friend, and so much more. She touched so many lives, and anyone who had the privilege of knowing her was better because of it."
This summer, for the first time, we decided to do a bucket list where we all get to add little things on it. We want to make sure we get done during the summer because last year, August crept up on us and we didn't get anything done.
Mandy seemed to love documenting family trips. And here's a picture of her husband, Christopher, with one of their kids at the beach. Now, all of this makes what allegedly happened on Friday, July 24th, so difficult to comprehend.
Grand Haven Township for a residential fire at Riverside Trail. White smoke coming out of the window. House is full of smoke seen from the outside and smells electrical. Central clear at 11:46.
That's the call that came in just before noon last Friday, dispatching crews to the family's home. Earlier that morning, police say someone had reported smelling smoke, but hours later, it was clear that a fire had started.
Do have light smoke showing. Initial crews, established water supply. We'll be stretching hand line to the Alpha side.
Before we're going to, she just seems so lovely, doesn't she?
She does, absolutely.
Oh my gosh. What a waste of life. And he took himself out as well. So like all gone. For what? Oh gosh.
It's going to be an offensive fire. And I'll be doing a 360 shortly.
Once inside the home, police say they found the entire family, all 8 members, dead.
Units made entry inside to battle the fire because there was smoke showing from the residence. When they got inside, they noticed that there was numerous people deceased inside the home. They then notified the sheriff's office and we began an investigation into that. So what I can tell you at this point is that 8 people are dead inside the home. There's 2 adults and 6 children.
That's a news conference per WZZM television in Michigan. As police investigated further, they say they realized something very dark may have happened before the fire.
Well, I can tell you that there's 2 adults in the residence as well. Some of the victims that we're calling victims inside the residence at this point did have gunshot wounds to their bodies. We don't have cause of death at this point. I don't know. I don't have 100% identification at this point. I can tell you that 2 adults and 6 children are deceased. We're pending further investigation and full autopsy results, which will be tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Big girl, I get. Well, I don't know if I don't know how he died, but maybe set fire to try and get rid of some of the evidence. But if he kills himself as well, I don't know.
Any idea what caused the fire?
We're looking into that. We're being assisted by the Michigan State Police arson investigators to see if it was intentionally set. So they're here. They've been on scene for quite some time. We've had numerous units on scene trying to get to the bottom of both the fire and the deaths.
Can you confirm how many victims had gunshot wounds?
Not at this point. No, that'll be pending further autopsy and further investigation.
Is there any further ongoing threat to the public?
We believe that everybody who's involved in the situation is in the residence.
How could this have happened? How could a family that seemed to be happy be at the center of a tragedy like this? Christopher reportedly worked as the National Vice President of Sales and Marketing for the American Heart Association. Through the weekend, people tried to figure out what was going on before authorities were called to the house for that fire. Then, this week, the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office shared what their investigation had found.
The deceased adults are Christopher Karalkowitz, age 47 of Grand Haven, and Amanda Karalkowitz, age 39 of Grand Haven. The couple were married. The 6 deceased Karalkowitz children's name will not be released at this time. These include males ages 15, 12, 11, and 5, and females age 11 and 11. 4 of the children were biological children, and 2 were adopted. After the postmortem autopsies, it was determined that the cause of death for all the subjects involved in this was ruled gunshot wounds, and the manner of death for Amanda and the 6 children was ruled homicide. The manner of death for Christopher has been ruled suicide. Additionally, after checking with the Michigan State Police Fire and Arson investigators, it was determined they're working to identify the cause and origin of the fire. We don't have that official report yet, but preliminary indications are that the fire was intentionally set in numerous different places throughout the residence on the interior of the home.
To this point, law enforcement believe that the violence could have started the night before, and then the fire was carried out.
So in the description, it talks of notes about affairs, but I don't know if it was him or her.
And is it true that he had recently lost his job, or is that something that we don't know yet?
Because he obviously had heart association, and he, oh my gosh. Says here, Mandy's emotional Reddit posts about infidelity, marriage counseling, and rebuilding her life are raising new questions about what was happening behind closed doors. I don't know. I'll have a look to see if he had lost his job.
Out in the morning, but at this point, it's unclear. Police say they recovered a handgun from the scene, and they also say there were multiple spots in the house where the fire was set. They are, though, still going through video evidence, trying to figure out a timeline of what happened. The sheriff was asked about Christopher's potential motive for allegedly taking the lives of his wife and their 6 kids.
Were there any triggers for Chris as far as possibly his job or board proceedings, anything like that could have brought an answer to any of this?
That's a good question. That's still part of the ongoing investigation. We're just now getting started in the investigative portion. So obviously most of the first day was entirely on-scene investigation, and now we'll dig in some of the background motives and all those type of things, but I don't have that for you right now.
In the wake of this news, the American Heart Association released a statement to media outlets that said that Christopher was a former staff member and his employment had ended earlier this month. They have not said why he no longer worked for the organization. Now, as far as Christopher's relationship with his wife, several media outlets, including the Detroit News, have pointed out posts that Mandy appears to have made on Reddit in 2024. And in these posts, she talked about issues she had in her marriage with Christopher. Now, the screen name on Reddit is Mandy K1179. And this screen name posted often about life in Grand Haven, Michigan, about being a mom to 5 kids, and her dream of being a teacher. She also was not afraid to share that her husband, she says, had cheated on her, and it nearly split them up. She posted in a group that's called...
So he'd been cheating, allegedly.
Dang.
I was just going to say that. I feel like I'm saying the same thing. I was like, damn. look, after about a year of self-loathing, I remember crying and looking at myself in the mirror and realizing how, I guess, effed up it was that I was the one who was living so miserably. And she was beautiful. She seemed lovely, beautiful.
As one
like everything going for her.
after infidelity. And there is this lengthy post, and I'm going to read it for you. Quote, I feel you. My WH, and it appears she's using internet slang to talk about her husband, literally cheated with a younger version of me, except way wilder than I ever was. When my H and I met, husband, I was the intern at the company we both worked for. He was divorced and older than me. Fast forward 10 years and 5 kids. He was cheating with the intern again, the same age I was when I was the intern. I was 5 babies in and actually not in bad physical shape, but I was in the trenches of little kids and just couldn't be who I was before. He had gotten a bonus literally days after D-Day, and I told him I was using it to pay off my credit card, to get Botox, Invisalign, hair extensions, and new clothes that made me feel pretty. I lost tons of weight during the aftermath, but guess what? I never felt better from those things. I still internally blamed myself for not being enough of what he wanted. After about a year of self-loathing, I remember crying and looking at myself in the mirror and realizing how up it was. I was the one who was living so miserably because of what he did. I finally realized that I had been the only person who ever showed up for myself my whole entire life. I didn't deserve to treat myself the way I had been. I decided to rewrite my brain as best as I could.
I mean, I look at her and she appears to have it all going for her, but it just shows you, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to explain that, but you know, the grass is always greener on the other side, right?
But the fact she said that she was the intern that met him, although he was divorced then 10 years later, he's doing it again, but still married.
Yeah.
It's like he's got a pattern.
Wow. History is repeating itself.
Literally filled up journal upon journal upon journal with nice things about myself, even if I didn't believe them. I stopped dressing for him. I chose to dress for myself. I experimented with my natural curls and wore less makeup. I really leaned into the spiritual experience.
Thank you, Big Girl for Life, for becoming a YouTube Dark Bush member.
Of getting to know and appreciate myself. It was the best thing I ever did for myself. Don't get me wrong. I sometimes still feel insecure. And 4.5 years out from D-Day, which appears to be the day she's talking about when she found out about this alleged affair, I still occasionally get triggers that suck me in. But my self-esteem is now able to withstand those triggers. Instead of resorting to, I'm the worst, I hate myself, I now find my internal dialogue being more, I don't deserve this. Why am I still living like this type talk? She goes on to say the most ironic thing about it is that now my WH finds my self-confidence to be super attractive. I mean, I think he finds it a little scary too, because he knows that I now know I deserve better than what he gave me in the past and won't tolerate any cheating in the future, which is a win-win, I guess. In another post, she says that she believes the affair that she says Christopher had with a coworker was, quote, more physical than he ever admitted to. Back in 2024, she talked about how the couple was in marriage counseling. She says that their therapist made it clear to...
Do you think any, now I know every case is different. Do you think any relationship can truly recover from cheating, especially physical? Well, emotional can be just as... I know, like, you can't say one size fits all, but could you ever... I couldn't ever trust somebody ever again if I knew they cheated on me.
I don't think I would be able to. I think it's really hard to... I know people have done it, but I still think there's struggles within the relationship. But all relationships are really challenging, but that would be something that I don't think that I could overcome, you know?
Yeah, the trust would never... You see, having Lewis, and I'm sure a lot of mums might say this, changed my life in so many ways because it like activated something in me. Not only what we talked about the food earlier and the water, but even the standards of something just triggered in me becoming a mum, especially to, I don't know if it was to a boy or whether it would have been the same, where I couldn't, it changed me and my marriage because it switched something on where not that he did anything to Lewis, but it's like, well, I deserve better, and obviously want to protect my son as well. And it was like having Lewis saved me in many ways from a lot of things. Not that I had him for that, because I had no idea that that's what would happen. And it's sad that he didn't break our marriage up, but it did make me, the mama bear definitely come out of me. I definitely come out of myself more.
So it opens your eyes to the most important things in life. You know what I mean? Like, you got to take care of your baby. And then if you're seeing signs that this person may not be the healthiest option for you and your baby, then you know?
Yeah. I didn't, it's like I didn't feel that when at the time, I mean, don't get me wrong, he was brilliant when he was really sick. Don't get me wrong, he was, and I can't take that from him. But it was as things started to progress, like just him crying, having his hair cut, and then he threw we were doing it at home then. He got the hair clippers, and we got brand new wood flooring that he'd laid himself. He'd done a brilliant job, saved us a fortune. And he threw these hair clippers across the room, dented this all brand new flooring. And obviously scared Lewis even more. And it was just little things that, well, they weren't little, but things like that. I'm like, hell no, I can't do this.
Yeah, this temper. That's what I had that experience with my ex as well. The toxic environment that I was living in. He's had a really bad temper, and he would, his tone would get really loud, which was, I'm too sensitive for that. And then, cabinet doors would be slamming, the front door, back door slamming, that loud. It seems dangerous to us. We feel like, oh my gosh, am I safe? Me and my baby, are we safe?
That's what started to happen with me. And it was just like, hell no, you're not doing that. Like he's what, 18 months old, 2 years old, and he's crying because it's noisy, by his ear. It's quite loud. And it was just things like that. These layers started to peel off, and I'm like, ooh, and it just built up until it was too much.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to, I'm not saying my dad did stuff like that, but there was this voice in me saying, I'm not going to let my son be treated the way my brother was treated in life. And that's all I can tell you. And it never left me.
Just all of a sudden you're in a place and you've been there for a while and you felt safe there once upon a time ago. And then that place becomes unsafe. And like, I just remembered in my head, it's just like there was this chant going on in my head saying, I don't belong here, And I didn't. That's why I left.
Yeah. Okay, we'll carry on this, but it's just how it's like somebody turns a button on one or switches buttons on when you've had a child. Well, not for everybody maybe, but like, right, this is now, you might have let yourself stay in this position, but now a child's in the mix. Hell no. But not everybody does that, do they? Some people do stay, sadly, but
Christopher, that quote, just know, even if things.
Sorry, love, what did you say?
Oops, I'm sorry about that. I said, some people are too scared to leave.
Well, yeah, I get it. Yeah. I mean, I ended it, but I was initially too scared to report him to the police. It took me a while.
I was scared to speak up. I was scared to stand up to him even because I was like, he's going to get really mad at me. And he what if he hurts me if I speak back to him or say I disagree with whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are, quote, good. This is forever a part of your spouse's psyche. Even when things are good, I think of my husband's infidelity. Mandy reportedly worked as a substitute teacher. This is a statement the Grand Haven Public Schools put out that talks about support now being put in place for students who have been impacted by the horror that happened inside of that house on Friday of last week. In the news conference announcing the latest in the investigation, the sheriff was asked about what this investigation now looks like. Christopher is dead. He's the one they say did this. He will never face prosecution for what authorities are now alleging. He'll never have to answer why he did it because he took his own life.
Well, there's, no prosecution that takes place. When the suspect is also deceased, there's no prosecution that takes place. But it doesn't change in the fact that we're trying to get answers for family. We're trying to get answers for the community. We're trying to get answers for our own responders. And the only way to get those answers is to do a full, fair, thorough, detailed, complete investigation. It's not always fast, but to do a fair and thorough and detailed investigation gives those answers to family, to neighbors, to the community, to the responders that went there. So that takes some time, but eventually people are all going to want those answers. And that's why we work hard to try to get them honest answers.
Joining us now to talk more about this is family law attorney Randy Kessler. There's just no words for the loss of life in this story. And obviously here on Law and Crime and in the true crime world, we're frankly often and almost always talking about loss of life. But the scale here is just, it's unimaginable, especially with the ages. You have these Reddit posts that have been reported by several media outlets having belonged to Mandy Karelkowitz. And she talks about infidelity back in 2024. And Christopher, according to these posts, was cheating on her. And then it was something that they really tried to work through. Knowing what happened last week, and you kind of see these posts, you piece together that it appears that he left his job earlier this month. What stands out to you kind of as we're piecing together all of this?
Yeah, well, just based on what you just said, first of all, if you were to say, I want to come up with a checklist of the most sympathetic victims of a horrific crime, right? This would check all the boxes: children, faithful wife, mother, a saint, pretty much as far as a parent, number one. Number two, there are signals. You can never predict this, and you never want to victim blame, and you never want to say, well, things could have been different had she, but you look back at it and gosh, so they met when she was an intern and he was much older and divorced, and then he had an affair with somebody similar to that years later. And then she said, I want to stay in the marriage for the sake of the children, which, these are all things we hear all day long, but, sort of like a perfect storm or death of 1,000 cuts. There are all these factors that keep coming into it. Then she was talking about it, or she was talking about how to overcome it. And she was in private groups talking about, and maybe therapeutic for her, how do you survive adultery? How do you survive an affair in your relationship? All these things coming together, and his instability, maybe having multiple affairs, maybe, just losing his job. We don't know why. All these things come together, and it just points out one thing: human beings are unpredictable and have dark sides to them. And this, deepest, darkest. And she had no idea she was, that he was like that, or she would have gotten out a lot sooner, I'm sure. She thought he was a bad guy, he cheated, he lost his job, but God knows what was going on in his mind. And unfortunately, it's a lot worse than anybody knew, especially her.
Yeah, when you say just a list of the most sympathetic victims, like even Mandy, like she was a substitute teacher. You can see that she was just a great mom to, between 5 and 15, you have 6 kids. 2 of the children were adopted, had just taken, it appears, those 2 kids on a trip to China. And it's just, it's hard when you look at the social media posts in so many of these cases, because you just kind of see the type of people that they were. And for her, it was someone who shines such a great light for so many people. And I just think
he deserves to be part of this world, if not her, right? And
right.
I think he's going to contribute to.
Yeah. And that's why it's just, I kind of ramble on about it, because it's just like, this story is just, it bothers you in so many ways. And like, you look at him and it appears based off the Reddit posts that there was just a pattern to how he operated. And it's unclear, these posts are from 2024. But I think for, someone in your line of work where you often get to the point where people are going to be separating, and you see infidelity, even if it was a couple of years ago, and it appears that she talked about like how that's something that sticks with you forever in the relationship. It's just, how do you handle that? And how do you see, like in these cases where it might've been infidelity from a couple of years ago, and it still gets people to a point that they just can't get past?
Yeah. And this, I think, goes well beyond that. It's not just getting over the adultery. It's how do you deal with it? I mean, do you end the relationship at the risk that something like this happens? Do you, how do you end the relationship? How do you address it? How do you get past it? There's so many questions there. And unfortunately, it's usually me, the divorce lawyer, that is the one for the first time saying, listen, even though they're the bad person, they did bad stuff, you've got to protect yourself because you don't know how someone's going to react to being caught, being outed, being brought to public. You know, is their reputation important? Is their integrity important? You know, so again, we are not victim blaming, but how do you deal with this? And that may be why she may have stayed with him, not just because it was this for the kid's sake, but maybe she knew that he could go off on a tear. Maybe she saw something that said, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to, you know, make it public. I'm not going to go out and have a big, nasty, ugly divorce from him. You know, those are danger signs that they're rare, but they're not so rare that law and crime is out of business, right? It's just unfortunate that there's seem to be more and more of these situations, you know, love gone wrong, relationships gone wrong, people reacting, people trying to say, you know what, I'm going to show her. And unfortunately for the public and for family members, there's no way to really exact that justice from him. He killed himself. So there's not even a chance to ask him why or to try to get out of him why.
I was just looking on the notes. It said, yeah, all 8 died of gunshot wounds. And it was his own handgun fired by him, they're saying. Can't have had anybody else's DNA on, I guess.
Try to see him be remorseful or pay
legally
penance.
registered to him.
That's it. It's over. Why is the only question left.
Yeah, and you know, even though there have been these allegations of adultery, like I haven't seen any sort of allegation of domestic
No signs of struggle, nothing apparently.
violence in this marriage. You know, he worked for the American Heart Association, you know, and so a lot of ways, like on the surface, like he was someone who seemed like, you know, though maybe they had challenges in their marriage, like from what you can see, like this does seem like it comes out of the blue, where it's, you know, earlier this week, I was talking about a case out of Oklahoma involving a woman named Sarah Gilson who lost her life, and she had filed protective orders in the past. There had been allegations of controlling behavior and domestic violence in that relationship, and people can go watch that story. You know, in so many of these cases, Randy, as you've, you know, followed along with stories over the years, like how often do you see these cases get to this point when it doesn't seem like, you know, yeah, there were some issues of infidelity potentially, but it's not like we were talking about violence in the past. And then suddenly it's a case where all of these people lose their lives, and police also say he set multiple fires in the home.
Well, on one hand, I wouldn't be surprised if we did uncover or something comes up later that there were incidents and people come out of the woodwork. But yeah, sometimes people just get to a point where they snap. You know, he's, you know, done bad things. Apparently he, you know, met her when she was much younger and she was working for him or she was an intern and did it again. That does not equate to violence. That does not equate to an automatic, you know, mathematical formula that he would become violent. But again, maybe she saw it. Maybe that's why she stayed with him. You never know what's going on in someone's head and someone's heart. And gosh, the hard thing for all of us is, like you said, this is unpredictable. Had there been TPOs and restraining orders, not only was it predictable, but then there's somebody else to blame. The system could have protected her better. You know, the judge could have issued a harsher sentence or a more lengthy restraining order, but there's nothing like that. I mean, how she's just rocking along being a mom, and this happens. And it's sort of, that's what's devastating to, I'm sure, everyone that knows her and everyone that loves her and all of her family.
No, and it's, you know, and for this part of the story is really hard it's all hard, but like this part where, you know, all the children were found in their bedrooms, according to police, you know, so it just seems like this was, you know, on one hand, yeah, snapping, but then at the same time, you know, the amount of time that potentially took inside the home and then lighting fires in multiple locations where it just seems like it was a plan, a horrific plan that was played out in a lot of these cases, because Christopher Carroll Kowitz will not be prosecuted. He will not answer to what he did because he took his own life, and there will be so many unanswered questions because of that. But typically, like, what happens now in these types of cases, knowing that so much damage was done, and yet the person that should be held accountable is no longer with us?
Well, you know, the very slim silver lining is that we, the taxpayers, are not going to pay any money to bring justice. He did it himself, and he took care of that part of it. But, you know, there's no other culprit. There's no other person of interest, no other person of suspicion. But I think law enforcement has to look and see, just in case, was there anybody that knew this was going to happen that facilitated it? I don't know that they would be culpable. If he told somebody something crazy, like one day I might just go snap and kill my family, I don't think that person would be held culpable. But the question is, how can we make sure that people like these are identified in the future and concerns like this are identified? And that's why it's good to shed sunlight on it. It's good that you're covering it. It's good that people are aware of it. It helps me as a family lawyer when I see the inkling of a dispute like this, and I can tell the client, this is crazy to suggest, and I'm not saying that your husband or wife is going to be like this, but be on the lookout, because every now and then you hear these stories, like this case. And I don't want to be the lawyer that didn't warn you. And I'm not saying go create a whole barrier and change the locks on your doors, but be careful. Ounce of prevention is always better than the pound of cure.
And just finally, Randy, I mean, what resources are out there for people? I mean, again, there were no allegations of domestic violence here that we know of at the time we're recording this. But for people struggling with maybe an issue of infidelity in the past, unsure about their...
Not sure how long they were together, because she's 39, he's 46. So there's 8 years between them.
Yeah.
But I don't know what age she was when she met him.
Oh gosh, I don't know how long they were married. Sorry, my cat is mad housing right now. He
You're right.
came running right after me, so I jumped.
Talking of cats,
wild.
sadly, their dogs and cat were found deceased as well. But that was the smoke and the fire that killed them.
I think too, being that he had just recently lost his job, that can be very traumatic for someone to go through a job loss, especially if they've been with the company for a very, very long time. I know that in my continuing education for the corporation that I work for, they have a workplace violence session that we have to complete every single year. And in that content or in that course, it does say you have to kind of be on the lookout for those who have recently lost their jobs or recently lost a loved one or something like that, because those can trigger trauma responses. Again, our brains are very complex, which is one of the reasons why I was in the situation that I was in, because I did not seek help after the trauma that I experienced. You know what I mean? So where that's how it affected my brain, this could have affected his brain in a different way. But it seems like it's a trickling effect. He may have, and we don't know what we don't know, right? I'm just kind of speculating over here. If he had just recently lost his job, that could have been due to having an affair with a coworker, right? Maybe it could have had something to do with that. But maybe he thought his whole life was just going to come tumbling down, and I don't know. It's just he just got rid of everything.
Yeah, according to this that I've looked up, it said they met in 2008 at a beverage company where she was working as an intern and started dating the same summer. She was in her early 20s, around 21, 22. She's 39 now. He was already divorced, notably older than her. So he'd have been about 30 when they met.
She was really young.
Fast forward, 10 years, 5 kids. He was divorced, older than me. Fast forward 10 years and 5 kids. He was cheating with the intern again, the same age I was when I was the intern. So now he's 40s, mid to late 40s with a 21 or 22-year-old.
Wow.
So they met in August 2009 after about a year of meeting, and had their first son in 2011.
Relationship going forward. I'm sure there are multiple steps before they get to a situation where they're talking to you when it comes to separation. But at the same time, it can be scary for people in a home. She talks about trauma in these Reddit posts and the impact that it had on her. What are the avenues people can go to? And I know on the surface, it's you just go to marriage counseling, but it's easy to say that, but it's how do people actually get to that point if they do find themselves in a situation, not saying it's ever going to get to the point like what we're seeing here in Michigan, but still struggling day in and day out?
This might sound, simplistic. There's that line from Billy Crystal that, the adultery wasn't the cause, it was the symptom. Adultery is rarely the actual cause. It's rare that there's something else going on. And I'm not saying with her, but with him, that he would be open to having an affair and open to having a relationship. And if you get a divorce or if there's a separation, instead of telling the whole world this is why, because he's a horrible person, let's just figure out the relationship wasn't going to work. Why can stay between the two of you? Because these are the kind of things that happen. And for another reason, Chris, that's the other parent of your children. And they may find out one day what happened, but you don't need to go blaming. Kids are always going to love both parents, almost always. And they're going to always want to find good in both parents. So to go out and badmouth the other parent, even if you caught them doing something bad, it doesn't really help much. It might help you feel better that it wasn't me because he was cheating. So say that to yourself, say that to your therapist. But, marital problems, no reason to go tell the whole world, no reason to cause the other person to try to defend their honor or to be hurt or to snap. And again, we are not victim blaming. There was no reason in the world that she should have any responsibility for this. But to protect yourself, if your marriage isn't good, for whatever reason, if there's cheating, if there's reasons that somebody would want to cheat, then extract yourself from the marriage politely, calmly, respectably, and just move on. Don't keep pointing the finger back at them. Let them go find happiness.
The problem with that is that doesn't always work. You can do that, and the other partner can still lose their mind. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't always work. That you could just leave and there'd be no one else involved, and it's smooth, and they could still attack you and get violent.
Somewhere else, focus on somebody else.
I agree with him on that.
He was obviously.
Obviously, if you can do that, if you can, but it doesn't mean that it's going to guarantee your safety.
Focus on her and still focus on, what she was saying about him or what she thought of him, or, sort of that, that Dire Straits song, when you point your finger, you got three more pointing back at you. He's pointing his finger at her. It was him, not her.
Yeah. And you just think of, Mandy had so much to give the world. These kids had so much to give the world. And Christopher Carroll Kowitz took it away in just the most horrific way possible. Just a terrible case out of Michigan. Randy Kessler, family law attorney. Thanks for taking the time to talk about this with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Before we go, I do want to.
There's a little bit more that I can add in. It says here, so I asked about any neighbours reporting anything. It said, no, by all accounts, neighbours reported the opposite of warning signs. Apparently, the county sheriff said there were no calls to the home before the incident, no reports of disturbance, no prior police involvement with the family. Neighbours reported hearing gunshots the night before. Oh, damn. The question was raised, but no confirming reports have surfaced. The family was consistently described by neighbours as warm, lively, and active in the community. Children were very active in the neighbourhood, often seen playing outside. With mental health experts quoted saying warning signs can be difficult. Yeah, the only smoke was literal, not figurative. So nobody had reported anything that we know of. Apart from her 2024 Reddit post describing marital strain and an alleged affair and counselling. But we don't know why he lost his job.
Right. And then also, too, like whenever he did lose his job, and I guess the stuff will eventually come out, did he seek any type of help? And did, something similarly happen to him? Like, what's going on in this Lindsay Clancy, I don't know. Like, there's so much that we just don't know yet. There could be lots of moving pieces back there. But I know that in the toxic relationship that I was in, I had some really bad thoughts towards my ex, and I felt very angry towards him just being in a toxic household and a toxic relationship and environment and having all this resentment build for so much. It's really important. If a relationship is not working, it doesn't have to be some huge theatrical performance, right? Like, it's okay to separate. It's okay to take some time apart to see if it may have been a good fit 10 years ago, but it may not be a good fit now. And that's okay. When things don't work out, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. But, a lot of breakups become very toxic. You know what I mean?
But to my ex, it's like he thought he was losing everything, money, the home. He wanted to have the 3-bedroom brand new home and leave me and Lewis in a 1-bedroom, like he wanted me and Lewis in a 1-bedroom like hovel, and he wanted everything, all the cars, all the house. So he made it became very clear what he was scared of losing. And we both had good jobs in the military, and it all became about possessions for him.
Yep, mine was very materialistic as well. We're like twins on a lot of levels, I think.
I think we might be. But it's sad because I guess in his mind though, he thought and it's wild because it's not like it's not like he came in with more. It was quite the opposite. But he got used to that lifestyle, I guess. And didn't want to start again. But anyway, I mean, it was a long time ago now, but I was lucky probably not to be 6 feet under, to be fair.
Yeah,
he attempted it. He attempted it several times, and somebody was looking over me.
Thank goodness.
It's had a massive impact on me though, which I'm sure you can safety. I'm always afraid still to this day of being trapped in a relationship.
Me too.
Like that you can't get out, or you're gonna get the same treatment if it doesn't work out.
I know. And it's like, not everybody's the same. I have people telling me, oh, he was the bad one, not you. You shouldn't stop, don't give up on love or whatever. But I absolutely do not have the desire to live with anybody else ever again. And I have no desire to marry ever again. I have no desire. I mean, that could change. But as of right now, I don't want it. I was burned pretty badly. I watched somebody that I thought that I knew turn into a completely different person. And it's like, well, whenever I do meet someone and say, oh, I'm so in love with this person, how do I know that this person's not going to change as well? Do you know where I'm at with that? Are you there too? Because that's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I've had relationships, but we nearly bought a house together and we got engaged, but it was me that ended it. It's like I've never been out. I think if I can think, probably anything I've got into, I've left. It's not been them, it's been me. It's like I've kept one foot out the door kind of thing without realizing it.
We're ready to bolt at any given second. Yeah. That's how I am.
And like
too.
I say, I'll never say never, but at the moment,
it's like one wrong move and I am out. I am out.
Yeah. And I don't know, the more you watch true crime, I don't know if it has an effect where it makes you question, be even more mindful.
Oh, it does. Absolutely.
I don't know whether it's a good or a bad thing at times. I think
it can be both. I think both can be, it's both good and bad, because we do learn a lot and then we know what to kind of be cautious for, or cautious of. But yeah.
Maybe one thing I learned, and my mum did say this to me, if a man hates his mother or they've not healed from their mother wounds, probably not a good idea to get in a relationship with them.
And that is very, very true. That is very, very true, because my ex was very hateful to his mother. Very hateful to his mother. That should have been the number one sign right there.
But because we're in the military and we lived 400 miles away from our family, both of us, I didn't know how deep that was until much later into the marriage, because he could keep it sort of hidden, really, because we didn't see them that much. So.
And it must have been so devastating for this poor mom that this all happened to him, having an affair, and then she's going through all of these motions. And it reminds me of another case, and I can't see chat, and I'm sure we're thinking of the case and I cannot remember the name. They made a movie about it. It was about the dentist and his
the Tepe. Oh no, it might be a different. I don't think they made a movie of that. Do you mean a recent one or an older one?
No, this was a crime a long time ago, and they made a movie about it, and she ended up, he got with the dentist. She was married to a dentist. He got with his young intern, and she was spiraling, and she wanted to dress prettier, and she wanted to be, she wanted to be what he wanted, but it's just not what he wanted, and she just she couldn't let it go, and she ended up killing them both. And there was a whole movie about it. I'm sure, and I can't see chat, but I'm sure people know what I'm talking about. It was based on a true story, and it was pretty horrific.
And the tub. What's that? There's the Tepes recently, but that's a different one where her ex we were following the case, and then I haven't covered anything on it lately, but she'd been married 10 years prior, very briefly, and she married a dentist eventually, had 2 lovely children, and the ex become, oh God, what was he, a surgeon, a vascular surgeon, I think it was. 10 years later, after they got married, they'd had the children, so it wasn't like they just got married, he went to the house and killed both her and her new husband. Not that new, though. I think the oldest child was about 4. He spared the children, thank goodness, and the family dog, I think, but killed them, shot them. I need to look into that and see what if they've... That's terrible. She was so lovely. But what made him, although he was in trouble, again, a legal case to do with his job for malpractice or something, what made him 10 years later go to a whole other state to track him down and murder him in the house? Just like that.
I don't know. But that's what happened. It was the ex-wife that went to their house, which used to be her home, right? But yeah, she's the one that, well, I think it used to be her home. I might have that part wrong. I don't know. But yeah, she went there and she shot them both in their sleep. I mean, she had totally just was all out of sorts, and it's not similar to where, the mom didn't do this, right? But I'm just talking about in the aspect of where she was wearing her hair differently and dressing differently. And she was really just wanting that, she loved him. She wanted him to be with her, and he wanted to be with someone else. It's really sad. It's sad when people can't be on the same page with each other, It's like, how did we get here? We used to have all these things in common. We got along really well. We had the best time. And then you fast forward years later, and it's just this toxic dump of a mess of a relationship. And it's like, how did we even get here? How did that happen?
I know. It's wild, isn't it? I don't know. But what's that one? Google me. Colorado, he poisoned her smoothies. Who poisoned whose smoothies? I find the psychology of true crime fascinating. I struggle with the gore, but James Craig from Colorado. Okay. I find the psychology of why people do things fascinating, but
it's fascinating, but the thing of it is that, like, in this case, is anyone ever going to find out why this happened? I think that it's just going to be one of those things. We're going to have unanswered questions.
Yeah,
you know
with
what I mean?
with the family of 8, but with Lindsay Clancy, like, I was talking to my son about it because I didn't know that they'd been following it, him and his partner, and we were talking about it, and I said, I just can't imagine of ever hurting you though, Lewis, when you were a baby. I did everything the opposite, especially because he was born poorly. It was like, it was the opposite. It was like, I wanted to do everything to protect you, even getting hurt slightly, let alone taking your life.
Right, I know. But I guess maybe in their mind, they think that they're saving them from something.
That's what I mean. It'd be a place that you just can't imagine because you're not in that headspace.
That's right. We just don't understand. And that's, a lot of people don't understand. This Lindsay Clancy case, it's so horrific and it's so heartbreaking. And we really, we can't understand why someone would do something like that. And that's just the reason why I do believe that it was drug induced. And that's just how I feel about it. And it's okay for other people to think differently. I don't have a problem with that, but that's what I feel like in my heart. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah,
feel like
that's where
everybody
you're at.
involved was a victim,
Is there
and I
anything in the trial that could come out and change your mind about, not that I'm saying you have to, but would there be anything that would come out where you would change your mind and think, right, it's not the medication? Because I'm the opposite, where I'm sort of in the middle. Like, I can't decide whether it's the medication or it was more premeditated. I don't know. I'm still on the fence.
I don't know that anything could persuade me, but again, my life experience with people that were very close to me on antipsychotics, I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it day in and day out, living with a person and not ever being able to put a finger on her, coming home from school and like, which Patsy am I going to get today? Do you know what I mean? Like, I just never really knew. And for the longest time, I thought, well, like whenever I was young, I was like, well, she's sick. That's why she's on medication. But as I've educated myself, I've followed Dr. Yosef a lot and I listened to him a lot. But and through other things and through having therapy myself, now I believe that she wasn't sick, therefore she had to take medication. I believe that she was sick because of the medication.
Right.
So that's how I feel about it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's just awful. Just awful situation. Right. Well, I'm going to wrap this up now. And but I'm glad you joined us. I hope you'll pop up more.
I know. Thank you for
to.
having me. I really enjoy it. And I hope I haven't upset anybody or offended
No,
anyone.
no. Of course you've
That's
not.
just my opinion. We all have our own opinions. It's not a fight, it's a discussion. And it's good to open up our minds and think about, what, and I know I'm very closed-minded about this case. I am very closed-minded about it. I feel very strongly the way that I feel. And, maybe something could change it, but I don't know. Not with all that list of medications that was thrown at her. I don't think anything can persuade me, but we'll see. I'm going to be here with you the whole trial. So we'll see how it goes. Right.
But I'm about that, like in chat, like I don't get when in these cases where people have very different opinion, whether it could be Idaho 4, any case, Sebastian Rogers, why do people have to attack each other and fall out? Why can't people
no
just
reason.
No, it's like, well, this is how you believe, this is what I believe, but we can have a discussion, but we don't need to attack and fight and fall out.
Yeah. We're just talking like everybody can still be friendly with each other. Just because someone has a different opinion doesn't mean that they're a different opinion from mine doesn't mean that they're a terrible person and I hate them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's
That's
okay. We all have different walks of lives and we all believe and feel the way that we do because of our past experiences, and maybe, and it's always important to learn and grow. If there's something that you don't know about, maybe try to learn about it. If that's something that you're really into, like my food obsession, I have a whole entire food journal and it just breaks down all of the superfoods and what all these superfoods do and how they help your body. And that is something that I enjoy. A lot of people don't agree with my eating habits, but that's okay. They don't have to. They don't have to agree with, and they don't have to eat the way that I do, but I know how it makes me feel, and that's why I continue to do it.
Yeah, that's what's important, isn't it? If you're healthy and safe. What was I going to say quickly? Oh, yeah, there was somebody in chat over on Kick the other day. I mean, I do remember the name, but I'm not going to say. And it was, we were covering Sebastian, I think, or we'd been reviewing Seth. But this person was they were attacking the chat and myself for saying we're truly biased against Seth. And that's not the case because I don't think that any of them we don't know if any of them are clear or
Right.
guilty or innocent. Like, again, but they were they said we were biased, but yet they were attacking us for not being more open-minded about Seth, but it wasn't friendly, it wasn't,
Right.
and it was just like, oh.
Telling you that you're biased while being biased,
Biased.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
How
And I
does
was
this
like, well,
work? So you should have just went back at him and said, "No, you're biased." I'm just kidding. No,
yeah, but I've
yeah,
noticed
people
that
do.
the
They will.
person has been called out by other creators over on Kick for causing drama in that. I think it was Elevated Truth that did something about autism, and I'm like, okay, so this person's clearly going around chats. It reminds me of somebody on YouTube who's I'm not going to name the name, but they used to come in my chat, and I had to ban them in the end because they were just like always nitpicking at me. And then they started on the chat and they'd be always attacking the chat. And I thought, they don't bring anything positive. I've given them so much grace, but it's just attacking people in chat and just starting arguments with people was just not. So I blocked them in the end on that occasion because it was like been going on for weeks,
Mm-hmm.
I just thought, you don't bring anything to the table that's positive or
beneficial.
Or beneficial. And I've seen them doing it in other people's chats. As long as you agree with them, then they're fine. But if you don't, they just attack you all the time. And I'm just like, I can't be bothered with this.
And that's just not the way the world works. I mean, anybody that's been on the planet for at least 20 years, not everybody's going to agree with everything that, I say or that you say, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a good discussion and debate. It should be a healthy thing, to open people's minds and eyes to other types of possibilities and things like that. It doesn't have to, not everything has to be a fight, but the people come in looking for a fight.
They do. Yeah. Some people, I think, just want to agitate all the time. And after so long, my patience runs thin. And I just think, you're just spoiling it for everybody now. And it's, yeah. But before you go, I've got to ask you, what cat? I sound like a weirdo now. What cat have you got?
Okay,
I ask everybody this.
I have 3 babies. I'm a proud cat mama of 3. I have so they're all rescues. One of them is actually a flare tip ragdoll.
Oh, my son's got a ragdoll.
He's so pretty. He was a rescue. I'm like, who didn't want this cutie? He was 5 years old when I rescued him and had not been fixed. So I got him. And then I have a solid black cat. And then I have a cute orange tabby cat who is I think we need to figure out how to get him to regulate his emotions. Thank goodness you didn't hear him the whole time.
Gingers.
Once he gets fired up, it sounds like an infant baby crying in the background. It really does. He can wail like an infant baby. You almost can't even tell the difference.
I'll have to send you some pictures because Lewis he's just built a catio for theirs cats, and he's going to build me one.
Nice.
Yeah, and then they've just rescued a little ginger called Peachy, but he's like peach. He's really pale ginger. Then they've got a bright ginger. They've got Louis the ragdoll. I've got Ella, who's all black. Alfie, he's a brown tabby, and then we've got Piglet the tuxedo. But they've got 5 cats now, and I'm going to be having 4, so that's 9 between us.
I love cats so much, though. I do. I love dogs too. I'm not partial to one or the other.
I love dogs. Yeah,
I love dogs and cats. But what I have currently, it's cats, and it was because I was rescuing, and I only meant to have 2. Miles he was an accident. He came out from underneath my car, so that automatically makes him mine.
Bless you. I can't remember. I don't know if this is what. Let me just pop this video up. I don't know what.
You the queen. It's your.
Okay. I'll probably pop down and pop back up if you're going to do the video, because then we'll get shut off again, maybe.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so I popped up. It's not what I thought it was. I'll leave it. I'll send you some stuff via email.
Okay, good. That'll be
Yeah.
good. And then I'll
Okay
send you
then.
the other 2 videos because that's a 3-part series. Now, that's some
Right.
really interesting stuff. And I don't know how controversial it would be to put on your channel because you're
We could
stepping
probably show
into
it.
you're kind of stepping into territory because people feel the way that they feel about like psychotics and things of that nature. So, and so so
I'll watch them first and see what I
I just
think.
don't want you to step on any like minds out there whenever you bring something up. So I sent it to you because I thought it was really, really interesting, and it helps to kind of shed a little bit more light onto what could have been happening with Lindsay, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll have to send you the other 2 because I knew it said part 3, but I was like, I don't know if I'll be able to find the other 2 parts before she goes to bed tonight. So I went ahead and shot you that one, and then I found the other 2, and I think I watched them like twice back to back because it was just the information was like really, really, really mind-blowing, really mind-blowing.
Okay.
So I'm going to send those to you. You have
Okay.
homework now. You have
I've got
homework.
homework. Yeah. I'll be a good student and watch them at some point over the weekend.
Yeah,
Okay,
it was
then.
really
Well,
interesting. Well, thank you for having
yeah.
me. It was really good. And sorry I
Yeah.
couldn't see chat, but I hope everyone has a good evening and a great weekend. And Monday they're coming back on Monday, right?
Yeah, but I think they're starting a little later, but I'll keep it. Let me have a look at, I don't know if Court TV will have it up yet. Let's have a quick look before you go. I keep saying I'm going to go, don't I? I do this. I
I'm
say
like,
bye
I do that all
about,
the time. I do it all the time whenever I'm on the phone. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna go. And then I start talking, then we start talking about something else, and then it just keeps on and on and on.
I do that. I say bye about, there used to be an in joke on YouTube that she said she was going to go for the 10th time. And then, so they've got it set for 2:00 my time, which is a normal time at the minute, but that could change.
Okay. Well, I will be there.
Jury views home. Yeah, they don't go to the, let me just have a look. They don't go to the home though, do they? They're not going to show that. Well, the sort of, we can look at that next week. I'm going to go now. Yeah, I need food.
For real
I
this
need to
time?
eat.
For real,
For real, we're
or
going.
is it make like pretend again?
I can imagine me and you, if we got talking, would never bloody stop, would we?
We wouldn't.
Be hours.
We really wouldn't, I promise.
Right. I'm going to go now.
Okay,
Right.
well, I hope you have a good night. Bye,
You too.
everyone. Thank you
Take
for
care,
having
Amy.
me.
Bye-bye,
You
love.
too. Bye.
Alfie's gone to sleep. I'm going to boot you off the panel. I booted her off. I know she was going anyway, because I don't know if she got stuck. Alfie's asleep on top of the computer, chilling. Can you imagine the jury having to revisit the house? I know they've put a sort of video up, but I'll save that till next week. Well, I kicked you because I thought you got stuck, and I'm going to go. Just kidding, just kidding. I like booting people off the panel. It's like going, boop. Okay, everybody, thanks for joining us. Thanks, Big Girl, for sending everyone over. And we'll be live on Kick tomorrow sometime. But I need food. I'm going to go and eat and see what's occurring. I'll see you all later. Have a great weekend, everybody. Or I'll see you tomorrow, probably.